I'm here if you need me, Kevin. Vinny Mascarella. I'm good. All right. Yep, me too. All right, thanks.
Hey, Kev, Bill Gaylor. All right, buddy. I'm out. All right. Thanks.
Hey, Kev, how are you? Do I sound okay? Yeah, thank you. Hope you did too. Okay.
I'm there.
Now I'm watching as a guest.
Okay.
Green light.
Gotcha.
I'd like to invite all legislators to the chambers so we can begin the hearing. All right, I'll call this hearing of the Nassau County Legislatures to order and ask our Deputy Presiding Officer to lead us in the pledge.
Okay, please join me.
Hey, Mike, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Roll call. Deputy Presiding Officer Howard Copel. Alternate Deputy Presiding Officer Denise Ford. Legislator Sela Bino. Legislator Carrier Salage.
Here.
Legislator Deborah Muley.
Here.
Legislator C. William Gaylor III.
Present.
Thank you. Legislator Vincent Muscarella.
Here.
Legislator Ellen Birnbaum.
Here.
Legislator Delia DeRigi Witten. Legislator James Kennedy. Okay, we'll come back. Legislator Thomas McKevitt.
Here.
Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator John Ferretti.
Here.
Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemarie Walker.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Here.
Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Let me come back here to alternate Deputy Presiding Officer Denise Ford. Okay. Legislator James Kennedy. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams.
Here.
Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
All right. Once the other legislators join us, we'll note that for the record. But
Thank
I want
you.
to welcome everyone to this hearing with respect to the administration's plans in terms of the relief monies coming as a result of the American Rescue Plan Act. We have a presentation, obviously, by the administration. I see that so Eric Alexander and Rich Kessel were filling out slips, so what we'll do is do the presentation by the administration, then we'll have public comment and then questions from the legislators after that. So Evelyn, since you're in the middle, maybe you can just lead us off and just tell for the record who the members of the panel are.
Let's see. Yep, I got it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Presiding Officer and members of the legislature. Thank you very much for this time. The administration appreciates the chance to outline for you our proposal to allocate $69.2 million of American Rescue Plan funding to a range of economic recovery and community investment programs. It's been a long road to recovery, I think we can all agree, but Nassau County is poised and ready to come back stronger than ever. I just want to ask you, does everyone have a copy of the presentation, which I think will help sort of guide us through this? We do expect everyone on the panel here to say a few words. We'll try to run through it as quickly as possible. Do you not have a copy, Legislator Bino? I'm sorry. We have a PowerPoint presentation that was circulated to the legislators this morning. Okay, maybe we can get that to everyone. I think it's helpful to organize things. Terrific, thank you. I'll wait a second. It's early. It's early on a Monday after Father's Day. Hope everyone enjoyed their day and their weekend. Okay, so I'm joined by a number of deputy county executives, county attorney's office, budget office. Each of my colleagues can introduce themselves when they're speaking to you. But for the purposes of this morning, as indicated on slide 2, we intend to kind of go over where we are in terms of our vaccinations and reopening, talk to you about how we have developed the program that's before you, as well as how we're developing both our program generally to push out our funds to our county's residents and businesses, how we're managing that through a series of team members and also consultants, how we've set up a center to make sure information is fully available to our constituents, and also then the specifics of the plan before you, because as you know, this plan before you of $62.9 million is only one segment of our proposals, which are iterative and ongoing. So I'll go through this PowerPoint and turn over to colleagues as needed to present this to you. We've made incredible progress, I think we can all agree, in terms of our ability to get our citizens vaccinated and head towards reopening. Nassau County has led the charts in the number of our people who have been vaccinated at 77%, highest large county in the state. Due to that progress, we are in very good position for the reopening that was announced last week by the state of New York. All restrictions, virtually all restrictions, have been raised and lifted on commercial activities. So we're poised and ready to come back for a strong recovery. But many of our residents, I think as all of you well know, are still struggling. We have people struggling to pay their rent, to find work, to get the assistance they need to rebuild their lives, and to get this economy back on track. Fortunately, we're extremely well positioned to deliver some much needed resources through the American Rescue Plan Act. As you know, ARPA has directed $350 billion to eligible state and local governments in order to respond to the COVID-19 emergency. Nassau County will receive approximately $385 million in total, dispersed in 2 allotments. The first of which has been received by the county on May 19th, totaling $192.5 million. So we expect the second distribution May of 2022. So it's no later than 12 months from the first allotment. I'm on slide 5 now. Before you is the county executive's economic recovery and community reinvestment package, a proposal to deliver $62.9 million of that larger sum of $192.5 million to much needed assistance to small businesses, nonprofits, develop our workforce, revitalize our downtowns, and support our residents, both directly and through organizations that the county partners with, and potentially some additional partners as well, so we can help our seniors, our veterans, our youth, and more. We have a range of issues that are faced by our people, from mental health, social services issues that we're going to be discussing with you as well today. We appreciate the chance to talk to you about our plan and to get your feedback and input. We consider it an iterative process, given the significant funds available. Again, only one allotment is being asked for today. we're working diligently to ensure that funding is used wisely, correctly, and following the evolving federal guidance. We're also expanding existing programs with our nonprofit partners, standing up new programs where necessary, and creating a very important record of all spending with the assistance of our internal team, as well as consultants 3PL and Haggerty. And we also set up a universal portal for applications of all types. And last but not least, we will ensure our residents, businesses, nonprofits, schools, special districts can access the available resources. So we can talk about that a little bit more later, but we're not only making sure that our residents can take advantage of what's already available through other sources, whether it's rental assistance from the federal government or small business assistance from the state of New York, but also the programs as we roll them out. And everything will be on the one universal portal. We welcome your feedback on this plan, which has been developed with input from the County Executive's Economic Advisory Council, co-chaired by IDA Chairman Richie Kessel, who's here in the room and I think would like to address you directly, and Hofstra President Stu Rabinowitz, with leading members of our business nonprofit communities. We truly appreciate the participation of legislators McKevitt and DeRiggi Whitten, who were named by each of the leaders in this constructive and ongoing effort. We've engaged, aside from the Economic Advisory Council, in numerous conversations with Chambers of Commerce leaders, and heard Eric Alexander's here in the room. We have been very actively discussing all ideas for how we can best direct this money through a host of conversations and discussions, both through the IDA and otherwise. Sure.
Interrupt you for one moment. Legislator Ford has joined us.
Terrific. Welcome.
And Legislator Ferretti.
We also took input from, legislator. Excuse me.
Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Oh, I thought
Okay.
you had someone else. No?
Not yet, no.
Thank you. We've also had surveys and research done and the help of additional consulting resources. As I think many of you know, Hofstra did a needs assessment survey. They've been wonderful throughout this pandemic with several surveys throughout the way about how our downtowns are doing, how our businesses are doing. This particular survey asked residents and small businesses. We received over 1,000 responses, which is a very good number for one of these surveys. What do you think, how should Nassau County direct this funding? And the overwhelming response was direct assistance to small businesses, direct assistance to households, and they felt it was extremely important that there be an easy way to get information about what's available. So we've taken those suggestions and findings into account in the development of our plan. I'm now I'm basically on slide 7. So we are a key aspect of this $62.9 million plan is funding for our Boost Nassau Resource Center and portal. Extremely proud of the effort that's gone in to get this up and running and very quickly. So our new Boost Nassau online portal is a one-stop shop for figuring out eligibility and applying for federal, state, and county aid programs, those already available, as well as the new ones that will be coming online as we roll out new programs through the ARPA funds. The portal directs to specific categories. So if you go to slide 8, you can see those categories laid out. We have economic impact, and those are programs which support businesses and nonprofits from county, New York State, and federal sources directly or otherwise. On the right, we have community resources. Those are programs to support individuals and related human services. So if you're looking for rental assistance, you would go into the community resources portal. And right now, even before ARPA money has been allocated, you can find information on how to secure rental assistance, both from the county's own program that we laid out through CDBG CV funds earlier this year. It provides 3 months of assistance for renters. You can also get information on how to take advantage of the federal program, which provides another additional year of assistance to renters, which in turn helps some of our landlords. So we're very pleased that right now you can get information on several programs on the portal today. There also will be a section for the special districts, meaning the school districts and the fire districts and others that are directly eligible for ARPA assistance. And the county intends to assist those special districts in securing the funding that's available to them. And then the final category is infrastructure. So any of the programs that support infrastructure, whether it's sewer, water, broadband, you'll be able to get information there. So, and all applications, no matter what you're applying for from the county through ARPA, will be available through this very same portal. For those needing additional help, whether they're nonprofit organizations, residents, businesses, we do have appointments available at our new Boost Nassau Resource Center in Eisenhower Park. It was opened about 10 days ago. It is staffed with temporary employees who we have been bringing in, and we're very enthusiastic, and we're very excited to have been able to onboard them quickly. The center is being managed by Dr. Regina Williams of the Office of Minority Affairs, and we're seeking your support of a $500,000 allocation in order to cover those temporary salaries and also to provide some additional funding for the center. We may need things like, we're going to need a language access line. We're going to need, we might be doing some advertising. We're looking to promote the fact that we have a resource center in Eisenhower Park, right? It's not something you would know going through the park, so we might place some ads in Newsday or run some radio advertisements, and we think that the funding would be used to do that. So the more people can find out that we have a resource center in Eisenhower Park, the more successful it will be. We've also created a flyer that we will share with all of your offices within the next few days that we would urge you to send out so that we can start generating more traffic to the site and more appointments as needed. Very pleased about this. And I want to publicly thank the heads of our outreach offices, Lionel Chitty, Amy Flores, and Farah Mazawala, and their teams who've embraced this Boost Nassau concept and led their support and enthusiasm. Essentially what we decided to do was all of our outreach offices have been helping our residents throughout this pandemic, reaching the aid and assistance that they need. I joke that Lionel Chitty is a bit of a small business support staff of his own and has given, has helped dozens and dozens of businesses secure assistance through the various sources at the federal and state levels. And all of the teams have been doing that through Amy's office and Farah's office. And they have all embraced this Boost Nassau Center and have their teams participating in the trainings that we've been doing. Last Friday, for instance, the state of New York offered our team a training on their new grant program. It's $800 million statewide for small businesses. And we felt it important for everyone, not just the Boost Nassau team, but the teams in all of our outreach offices to have the lay of the land on that program, because it's extremely important that Nassau County get as many of those dollars into the hands of our small businesses. So I truly appreciate the effort of the three offices and how enthusiastic they've been. And I'll just say, in addition, we really want to make sure that our team is multilingual. And so we have done a great job so far. Regina's managed to find a candidate who speaks Arabic and Spanish, and we're building that out. We have some candidates that we're looking to bring on that speak Mandarin and some of our other top languages, so that we can make sure that the team at Boost Nassau has the ability to communicate to our populations. We're really very focused on making sure that our hard-hit communities are able to access all the resources available. So before turning over to my colleagues other aspects of the $62 million plan, I'll just briefly outline some of the economic development pieces in addition to Boost Nassau, and then we can come back to it later if you have questions. But really, $32 million of the funding before you is in the economic development area, where we're looking to direct new grants and loans and technical assistance to our small businesses and our nonprofits, mostly those with under 50 employees who've been hard hit by this pandemic and who are committed to Nassau County and looking to build their businesses over the long term. We'll be looking for partnerships with some of our local educational institutions and other well-situated organizations to help us provide technical assistance to our chambers of commerce, who've asked us to please direct additional assistance to them so they can help build back the downtowns. And as I mentioned in the studies, both by the Hofstra study and the Rausch Foundation, which did a study on what's needed for the downtowns, technical assistance to businesses was a big part of that effort. Sort of, how do you do social media, right? We know even before the pandemic, our local retailers were getting hit by the competition from the Amazons and others. And so the idea is to use this pandemic funding to help build these businesses back, build back our downtowns, which are so critical to our economy. And we're also looking to do a tourism initiative to bring visitors back to Nassau County, highlighting our cultural organizations, our fabulous parks, and our wonderful attractions here as a supplement to what is already being done under the county's contract with Discover Long Island. So this is a separate pot of $500,000 that would be directed to bringing folks back to Nassau County. And then lastly, another major portion of this $32 million economic development program is $10 million for a new workforce development initiative or initiatives. This is an area that Nassau County, I think, has a lot of work to do in workforce development. There's a lot going on. Our BOCES are involved. Our Nassau Community College is involved. We have unions that have apprenticeship programs. But the ARPA allows the county to direct resources for unemployed or underemployed individuals who are having trouble getting jobs following the pandemic. And what we're looking to do is create new programs to make sure that Nassau County residents have the skills and training that they need to get the jobs. And we're looking specifically at healthcare and other growing industries like wind. And so this is one where we're asking for you to dedicate $10 million, programs still to be developed. But we think it's an extremely important area, and we're very excited about the partnerships we think we can build here locally. I'm now going to turn things over to Paul Broderick, and then two DCEs will outline their specific programs as well. So we're up to slide 10.
Good morning. Thank you, Evelyn. As you're aware, the American Rescue Plan is also called the COVID-19 stimulus package. It was signed by President Biden on March 11 to assist in the recovery from economic and health effects of the pandemic. The allocations to the various municipalities, state and federal local governments was basically the same allocation methodology used for the CARES Act. As was previously mentioned, $192.5 million was received by Nassau County on May 19th. The ARPA funds are used to cover eligible costs as incurred from March 3rd, 2021. The use of the funds, the deadline is to obligate the funds by December 31st, 2024, and to spend those obligated funds by December 31st, 2026. Currently, the federal guidance is interim final rule was released on May 10th on guidance as to how these funds can be utilized, and the interim final rule period ends on July 16th. So as we know, similar with the CARES money and FEMA funds through the federal government, they usually change the eligibility, and more so than not relax them as opposed to restrict them as time goes on. The investment plan. The initial phase is of the 62.9 million is allocated 17.9 million towards health and human service programs, $9 million to Department of Public Works programs, $32.5 million to economic development programs, and $3.5 million to assistance to special districts. And these monies we will talk about later on. This is the initial phase. And phase 2 will come later on when additional items come forth through the legislative body, through additional feedback, through the portal, and from the community to say what those needs are and match that up with the eligibility criteria as set forth by the federal government. The Resource Center, the online portal, the whole idea, as Evelyn had mentioned, is to gather information from the communities and have one port of entry. And this is not only for what's possibly what gets allocated from the county through the ARP plans, but also the numerous other federal programs that are out there. So instead of people getting confused and going to this website, that website, if they come to our website, we'll direct them in the appropriate way so they're not confused. The ARP funding right now is not open on the portal because it hasn't gone through the legislative process here. However, other programs that availability is out there for federal and state grant funds, that information is available through the portal. What we are asking for is the applicants place their applications on there to give us pulling in information from them saying what is the needs in the community. Do they adhere to the current programs that we have, or maybe they don't conform with what we currently have, but maybe something can get developed. The application process, the phase one is just developing the criteria, reviewing and evaluating those applications, and we're trying to build upon existing programs to leverage what existing resources we currently have. And part of that process is information vetting and working with our vendors to evaluate criteria, whether or not the individuals fit that criteria, to ensure that we're complying with the federal guidance. Assistance to special districts. Initially, the county was looking to assist school districts because working with FEMA and the federal government can be kind of confusing. And our consultant was essentially assisting the school districts to go out and tap into the federal funding, to leverage that. Initially, there are funds out there to assist with PPE and some of the expenses that the school districts had borne, but sometimes they're, resident into not seeking those federal funds. It's easier just to absorb the cost. But our position was, if they can tap into the funds with a consultant that can assist them in that process, we're not getting involved, we're not submitting on their behalf, we're providing them with guidance to tap into those funds to further relieve Nassau County taxpayers from absorbing those costs. In the future, down the road, the school districts, they have the FEMA funds available and elementary and secondary school relief funds available to them. So if they reach out to us or the consultants to ask what is eligible, what isn't eligible, the consultants would be able to guide them as to how to tap into those additional funds instead of the taxpayer bearing it or just assuming it in their operating expenses. Additional programs might be forthcoming that might be eligible for the ARPA funds. So that's why the $2.5 million is allocated to something that those other funding streams wouldn't necessarily cover. And for slide 15, I am turning it over to Deputy County Executive Rose Lauder.
Good morning. In Health and Human Services program, we are asking for $17.9 million to fund and grant to many of the agencies that our departments work with every day. In the Veterans Service Agency, our director, Ralph Esposito, and Deputy Director Paul Vista are that agency, that department is a unique department in that we do not have any direct contracts with the veterans agencies that support our veterans. However, the director and deputy director rely on a number of veteran agencies, nonprofit agencies that support the veterans. They know who they are. They have strong working relationships with the executive directors. And so these are the agencies that have been supporting the VSA all along. Many of them are the agencies that both the director and deputy director and their staff refer our veterans to every day. And so with $1 million, we would like to start supporting those agencies. We know who they are. We know that they have been unable to fundraise and get the donations that they usually get every year that helps them to support the VSA and our veterans. And so this funding will be a way of putting them back on track, restoring them, and making sure that they're able to continue and expand on some of the services that they are already doing. We had a very successful stand down just on Friday for the veterans, and many of those agencies were involved in that and supported, despite the fact that they have suffered significant losses during the pandemic. So we would like to be able to restore them, replenish their coffers, and enable them to expand those services. And so through the VSA, our plan is to reach out to them and have them apply to recoup some of their losses and put them back on track. Some of the services that many of them do are educational counseling, mental health counseling, the food pantry, clothing. They really do support our veterans in almost all aspects of life. So we look to be able to support them, with this allocation. In behavioral health support, we are looking for $3.4 million, and these are agencies that we do contract with a number of agencies in human services, and behavioral health is one of them. We have about 40 some odd agencies that we contract with. We know who they are. We work with them all the time, and so we are looking to support them and give them back some of their losses. One of the things that we've done in Health and Human Services all during the pandemic is to have communications with our executive directors of the agencies, the contract agencies. So they have been telling us, what they are doing, how they've been pivoting and being able to modify their existing programs, and also, what their losses are and what they need. So it's through that conversation that we developed, that we formulated the $60,000 for mental health and substance abuse. The behavioral health agencies are, they overlap many other agencies. Many of them provide the different agencies do a number of different things within behavioral health and within social services. So many of them that we have relationships with will be getting funding through a number of avenues. For example, in mental health and substance abuse, we have we have an initiative that overlaps into public safety in the probation department. We're looking to combat the recidivism among probationers. And so obviously when you start looking at that population and what the problems are, what the needs are, why do these individuals continue to involve themselves in the criminal justice system, there are gaps that need to be addressed and that haven't been able to be addressed. So some of them are substance abuse, some of them is mental health, some of them are workforce development and educational support. So that overlaps into the behavioral health, and so while there's some funding in behavioral health for the mental health and substance abuse, there is also funding in the other bucket, so to speak, for mental health and substance abuse that will be funneled into some of these same agencies that we already have relationships with. And we've identified the agencies that will be able to help with the probation recidivism initiative and combat that. So in our youth services, we have, again, about 40 agencies that we support, that we contract with every year. We have had lots of conversations with them during the pandemic because they really were on pause at the very beginning and trying to figure out how they could continue to do what they do. And they really listened, they worked together, they came up with some wonderful ideas on how to continue their services. They also suffered losses because they too rely heavily on fundraising, and so they were unable to do some of that. So they've had to adjust, and they've communicated with us what their losses are and what their needs are. So based on that, we came up with the formula to support them, to give 20%, an increase of 20% based on the value of their existing contract, to enable them to restore, replenish. These are agencies that do after-school programs, academic programs, and we know there's a tremendous need for remedial work. Many of our young people suffered greatly under the remote learning, so these are the agencies that support our families in that regard, and so we're looking forward to being able to support them in that way. In aging, we have proposed funding to our non-profit contractors, serving our seniors in health, counseling, legal services, home care, transportation, nutrition, and recreation. Many of our agencies and our senior centers as well really stepped up to support our seniors during the pandemic. The food, the Meals on Wheels, getting food to our seniors was a a tremendous effort during the pandemic, and we look to restore and fund our agencies that are supporting our seniors. In health and social services, once again, in social services, we have a number of contract providers that we know very well that we will be looking to fund with some of these ARP funds. And again, based on conversations that we've had with them all along, we know who they are, we work well with them, we know what their deliverables will be and what their losses that they've suffered. So we're looking to restore them and continue that relationship and make sure that they're able to continue to provide the services for our people. And in health equity, which we know it has been we've been able to shine a big light on the disparities. We have plans to reach out to those agencies that are addressing the issues that are in health disparities. Our Director of Health Equity is in communication with many of these agencies, and we'll be inviting them all. We don't have any existing contracts with them, but we'll be inviting them all to the portal to apply for funds so they can continue to address the issues that that have been revealed throughout the pandemic. So those are the areas in Health and Human Services that we are looking to support. We know that there are a number of agencies out there that we do not have existing contracts with. Many of them we come to know through our regular RFP process. Many of them are agencies that have partnerships with our contract agencies. They work as subcontractors and consultants to some of our contract agencies. And so we are going to be inviting all of them to the portal to make application to get some of the funding into the Health and Social Services Grant Program. We have $10 million that we've set aside there to assist those agencies that are more supportive of our regular contract agencies, and some that are unique and have some innovations and will have been assisting residents in ways that we have not been able to do so up to now. So we're looking to make sure that those non-funded agencies, they're not contracted agencies, that they are also able to be supportive, to be restored, replenished, and be able to continue to provide the services for our contract agencies, for our residents, and get back on track themselves. Because all of these nonprofits, as we know, have not been able to do the regular fundraisers that they hold, that they rely on, that bring them more funding. And so we want to make sure that everyone there has an opportunity as well. I think, who's next? I'm going to kick it over to Brian Schneider, Deputy County Executive for Public Works and Parks.
Before you go, Brian, legislators Walker and Kennedy are participating virtually.
Good morning. Thank you, members of the legislature, for this opportunity. I just wanted to pivot to speak about the next category, which is the investment in water and sewer infrastructure. So there are two initiatives that I'd like to talk about this morning. The first one is a septic system replacement fund program and program administration. As you know, the county currently has a program to reimburse property and small business owners who replace their aging and failing on-site cesspools and septic systems, which is the single largest cause of degraded ground and surface water quality in Long Island, with an upgraded nitrogen-removing septic system. This program is already supported by a $2 million grant from the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation. And as recently as the beginning of May, I came to this body and passed, or asked you to pass the amended agreement with EFC, and I appreciate the body passing that grant. So that grant caps the award for each property owner at $10,000 for reimbursement. And based on a similar program in Suffolk County, we know that these upgraded systems can cost anywhere between $22,000 and $25,000 per unit with the complete installation and design. So the resulting out-of-pocket expense is viewed as a deterrent to moving forward with these upgraded systems. Suffolk County, however, provides additional grant funds through their 0.5% sales tax, which makes it much more attractive to upgrade their systems. So they provide almost a full reimbursement to property owners, which covers almost the entire cost of these new systems. So our proposal is to use ARPA funds as a match to the EFC grant, which would increase the total award to $20,000 per property owner, which will make, we believe, the program much more appealing. Additionally, the county has contracted with the Nassau County Soil and Water Conservation District to assist in administering the grant program for the next 3 years. So that total ask is $3 million out of the total of $9 million that we are asking for in the investment in water and sewer infrastructure. The second initiative is a multi-year groundwater conservation pilot program. And this proposal requests funding to develop and implement a multi-year groundwater conservation program for Nassau County and Long Island region. We're calling it Water Vision. It's a groundwater conservation program for Nassau County to address policy and practices that will lower regional water demand, lay the foundation to change the water use culture on Long Island, and advance needed technology and water infrastructure to conserve groundwater. Long Island's past groundwater use is no longer a safe guide for sustainable water use in the future. This plan will establish goals and metrics to track change. The program will expand each year with successive steps to successfully achieve a sustainable water supply for Long Island. Because Long Island has such a large population and a broad geographic expanse, there's an ingrained belief that its water supply is unlimited. This program will emphasize collaboration, piloting new strategies, and making necessary adjustments as the plan is warranted. It relies on the expanded understanding of the groundwater system that is currently being generated by the United States Geological Survey's Long Island Groundwater Sustainability Study, which basically is 3 years into its process. Progress right now is showing that the saltwater interface located along the South Shore, along the western portion of Long Island, has advanced further inland in the Magathy and the Lloyd aquifers than previously believed. These findings have been instrumental in New York City's recent decision to decommission their Queens Jamaica wells. And these early findings also indicate that Long Island no longer has a luxury of waiting to implement strategies to reduce groundwater demand. So this program will lay out a 5-year pilot program to allow for expansion of current programs such as the Smart Sprinkler Rebate Program, which was passed by the legislature last year, incredibly successful. We basically sold out of these Smart Sprinkler Rebates in a matter of days, and we need to expand that. We need to make sure that that we have county residents who have a complete understanding of where their groundwater comes from, how it's used, and how it should be saved and really cherished moving forward. So on Long Island, our per capita water use continues to increase, even though nationwide water use is decreasing, even as populations increase. So we need to change the narrative here in Nassau County, because obviously the past is telling us that we are not doing the right thing. So with this initiative, we have a number of program elements besides the Smart Sprinkler Rebate Program, expanding that. But we want to utilize LICAP to assist water suppliers to meet a 15% summer peak reduction goal. We also are looking to assist our public water suppliers who are doing a good job. But we believe that there is other opportunities to expand the use of, say, automatic meter readings and leak detection programs to preserve our resource. So there are automatic meter reading software upgrades and smartphone customer access systems that can be implemented in the going years. And also we want to make sure that there is a a training and education program for sustainable lawn practices, including low-maintenance, drought-resistant grasses and plantings that reduce the need to continually supplement yards and landscapes with water. So we want to build a sustainable lawn showcase at several of our parks in the years going forward, not just to tell people to save water, but show people how they can save water. We also want to implement a municipal building pilot program for surveying and retrofitting old fixtures with new low-flow fixtures, not just in county buildings, but all municipal buildings throughout Nassau County. And we want to issue water demand challenges that facilitate conservation through collaboration of water use centers in the same categories such as parks, golf courses, institutional and industrial facilities, universities, wastewater treatment plants, and hospitals. And finally, we want to assist the Nassau County Department of Health in preparing and socializing the groundwater public water supply facts report, to make sure that clear and readable information is provided to the residents throughout the county, to make sure that they have a complete understanding of water demand and not only water quantity but also water quality issues that are impacting every water supplier in Nassau County.
So that actually, concludes the presentation portion, and we're happy to answer questions. I did only touch on the economic development programs, which is the final slide, but I think it was sufficient for our purposes, and we're happy to take your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Before we do that, we have several slips, so we'll call up our speakers.
Terrific.
First.
Thank you.
Starting with Richie Kessel.
I got it. I can press the buttons. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you, Rich. Good morning. It's good to see you, Denise, and all my friends in the legislature. I would name each of you because I work with you and have known you for many, many years. It's a pleasure to be here today. I am, as you know, chairman of the IDA, but I also co-chair the County Executives Economic Advisory Council, which has been active for over a year right now in helping small business in particular get through a very, very difficult time. And I have to tell you that in the work that we've been doing, and I think it goes to the IDA as well, one of the most important things we need to do is help our small businesses and downtowns. They're struggling tremendously. And we have been working very closely with our local chambers of commerce, the Nassau Council of Chambers of Commerce, to help them. A year ago or so, we gave out, along with the County of Nassau and the Town of Hempstead, Don Clavin, 5,000 PPE kits to help businesses survive during a very difficult time. We've had loan programs and other programs that are critically important. I want to say from the outset that there are a lot of priorities that are out there. From my perspective, both at the IDA and the Economic Advisory Council, helping small businesses, helping our downtowns is critical. And anything that you can do to help expedite the expenditure of funds and the allocation of funds to our downtowns, our chambers of commerce, and our small business would be greatly appreciated. The process that we are going through is we have been meeting on pretty much a weekly basis, and we have people from all over. My co-chair is Stu Rabinowitz, the president of Hofstra University, a great guy, a great contributor. We have people from all walks of life. I know that Tom McKevitt, Tom's good to see you, and Dia DeRiggi Witten, good to see you as well, participate in these meetings. And what we do is we come up with ideas how we should be spending the money. And what we do is we don't decide that, you decide that, but what we do is we make recommendations to the county executive. And many of the programs that are before you today are programs that we've discussed and we have recommended to the county executive, and she has recommending to the county legislature. And that process will continue. I think it's important to note, and I think that Evelyn Simonson, I think Evelyn and her team have done a great job in especially on the economic development front. But this is a process that includes everyone. I think it's important to know that there are a lot of good programs that are included in this presentation today, and I certainly urge you to seriously consider them. Again, my priority is small business economic development, but there are other programs like infrastructure that should be looked at the same time. Helping nonprofits, helping school districts as well are critically important to all of us. But I also think it's important, we want to hear from you. And I'm speaking now on behalf of the Economic Advisory Council, but I think also on behalf of the county executive. There are monies that are not allocated and monies that haven't yet been proposed. And we'd like to know from each of you what programs you think are important, what things you want us to do. One thing I think you all know about me is I'm an open book. We all work together. We have a good relationship. You know, I look at people like Arnie Drucka. Arnie, I'm going to call you later today about the Cardinale Bakery expanding into Woodbury and tell you about that's great news. But I work with many of you. I call you all the time about different projects that we do at the IDA. And I want to extend the same hand to you to say that if there are ideas that you have, because we're not the sole proprietor of good ideas. You have many good ideas. Some of you have reached out to me and given me some good ideas, but if you have good ideas about how we should be spending this money, give it to us. This should be a collaborative process between the county executive and the legislature and the Economic Advisory Council. We're glad to work with you. We appreciate all the cooperation that you've given. And again, I think you all know me. I'm there and available anytime to hear your concerns. And I thank you, and I fully support the recommendations that the county is making today.
I just had a couple of questions about the council itself. You're meeting once a week, you say?
Approximately once a week, yes.
That's the full council, or is it a part of the council?
It's the full council.
Okay. And before the county executive issued her supplemental appropriation, was that given to the Economic Advisory Council? Did you see that before it was submitted to the legislature?
Yes.
Okay. And was it discussed by the council?
Yes.
Was there any sort of vote on it?
We don't vote. We don't really vote. It's not a formal body. But we consider things, and it's a collaborative process. And again, you know, while we don't take a vote, and I'm not speaking for the council itself, I think we all have different. I think one of the things you'll find, Rich, is that there's pretty much unity in terms of some of the items that we consider all the time.
Okay. Now, this current portion of the plan is $62 million. Was there any discussion of the homeowners assistance plan that was proposed by the county executive?
There was actually it was a while ago. It's probably about a month ago.
Okay. Tell me what was presented to you, the Economic Advisory Council?
It was presented to us as a $375 payment to people that are STAR and Enhanced STAR eligible. And that would be about $375 per homeowner.
Was that something that was voted upon by the...
Again, we don't vote on anything, but it's something that was extensively discussed. In fact, if I remember correctly, the county executive herself, who, by the way, attends all of these meetings. I mean, they are virtual. You know, hopefully we're going to be meeting in person very soon. But she is active and on every single one of them, and she did present that to us early on. I would say it's about a month ago.
So it was okay with the Economic Advisory Council that that $100 million, more than half of the current allotment for 2021 is going to be spent in this program? That was something
yeah,
the
I mean, I
council
think, look, people need help right now. And it's not just limited to one group of people. It's middle-class taxpayers, middle-class homeowners. People are struggling in different areas. And so I think there's a general consensus that this program would put money into their pockets. And here's the most important thing, and I remember discussing this at the meeting, is the money would be spent hopefully locally. And one of the things that we would do through our Boost Nassau program is encourage people to spend the money locally so that it puts money into the hands of small business people in our downtowns. And that money circulates and revitalizes the economy. And I think it's a huge shot in the arm. It helps people. And right now, for many of us, you know, it's a matter of survival. It's a matter of recovery. It's a matter also, ultimately, of hopefully getting back on our feet again.
Just so I understand, so is this more like a formal group? I mean, are you producing any reports? Is there any documents going back and forth, or minutes of meetings or anything like that?
Well, there aren't any minutes of any meetings, although there are minutes that are kept, I think, by the county. So I think they could be provided to you. But there are consultants now. You know, the IDA, in cooperation with the Economic Advisory Council, has hired consultants, HR&A, to do a number of studies for us. Right now, for instance, they're engaged in giving us a menu of options, programs that we might not have thought of, that are creative and that are thinking outside the box. And they are engaged in that study as we speak. The Roush Foundation also made a formal presentation to the Economic Advisory Council on their findings about how to help struggling downtowns. I think that the county would be glad to provide you with minutes of those meetings.
Thanks, Rich. Anyone else want to have any questions for Richie Cass?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. Just to follow up on the consultants that you said that you hired with this, were these consultants hired just specifically for this money? Okay. And how much are we paying them to be consultants?
Well, let me just say that we hired them initially a year ago to do a lot of work about recovery and how we could recover. We've re-engaged them to a cost of about $120,000. Now, to take a look at what the American Recovery Plan allows us to do, because we want to make sure that the programs that we present are programs that are allowed under the program. And then, after that, we've now engaged them to take a look at exactly what are some of the programs around the country that are being used. Because you have to understand that many municipalities all over the country are getting American Recovery funds. And they're spending them in a variety of different ways. What we have the consultants doing, we just had a call with them last week, is we have them looking all over the country. What are some of the things that we're not thinking of that could be spent, that are intelligent ways to spend this money and that make sense? They're going to come back to us. My guess is probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks with a menu of options that we're going to get and discuss, and then I assure some of them we'll give to the county executive and they'll be recommended to you.
If I can just make a clarification, Richie's speaking about the IDA's own consultant that they retained separately from the county HR&A.
Okay,
And then
so
the
this
county,
funding
I
is not
mentioned,
coming from
exactly,
the
and then I had mentioned previously that the county has retained 2 firms, CG3PL and Haggerty. And those firms are providing assistance and guidance on eligibility and setting up programs and the applications we've discussed. Those we are requesting additional resources in this package before you. I think it's $1 million to support those consultants. So really 2 different work streams, but very related in the fact that we almost say double checking that everything we're doing, both with our own consultants and then of course the IDA's contract with HR&A, they've been very helpful, throughout the process.
Very understandable, and
Thank
thanks
you.
for your clarification.
Okay.
And thank you.
Good to see you, Denise.
Same here. All right.
Thank you all very much. I just want to, Rich, end by just thanking.
Let's Rhodes.
What's that?
Before you can go, let's Rhodes has questions.
Hey, Steve.
How are you, Rich? Good to see you. Question, you indicated the Economic Advisory Council has existed for at least the past year. Is that correct?
Yeah, actually more than a year.
Okay. And obviously the money that we're receiving through the American Recovery Act is not the only money that Nassau County received for COVID relief. Right, Rich?
Yeah.
Okay.
There are grants, there are state monies, et cetera.
Sure. Well, we also received, and you alluded to it, we had received CARES Act funding last year to the tune of about $103 million. Did the administration ever consult with the Economic Advisory Council with respect to how that money would be spent?
Yeah, I think the administration has been regularly consulting with us. As I said, the county executive, Evelyn, and a number of other people from the county are at the meetings every week, and we discuss a whole host of things. I think the EAC, I hope you don't mind I call that for short, really is in a second phase of what it originally was intended to do. It was originally intended to kind of get together and say, you know, we're in a crisis right now. How do we deal with the crisis? What do we do immediately to help small businesses? So for just an example, and I won't take too much time, you know, we came up with this idea of helping businesses who couldn't get PPE a year ago. People forget that PPE was almost impossible to get, too expensive. So we worked with the county and some of the funds that you referenced, some of the CARES Act money, and some of the money that the IDA laid out, and I have to thank Don Clavin, money that they contributed. We worked together to basically distribute 5,000 PPE kits to small businesses all over the town of Hempstead and all throughout the county of Nassau. And some of that money was CARES Act money, some of it was IDA money, some of it was town of Hempstead CARES Act money. So those are the kinds of things that the Economic Advisory Council did last year, kind of dealing with the crisis. So the answer is yes. Now we're in a second phase, and that second phase is trying to deal with the monies that we're now receiving from the federal government.
Well, was the Economic Advisory Council told that the administration's plan was to take $98 million out of the $103 million, roughly 95% of the money that the county received in CARES Act funding, and use it for salaries and fringe benefits instead of providing direct relief to small business and direct relief to residents?
Should I answer that?
Well, I'm asking Rich, was the Economic Advisory Council
a different work
consulted
stream.
with respect to that?
It was a different work stream.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't involved in that. We were involved and are involved in economic recovery plans. That's what our job is. We don't deal with everything that the county administration does.
No, understood. But the idea behind the Economic Advisory Council was to help, obviously. The American Recovery Act funds are not the only funds that we're receiving. We did receive CARES Act funding. I just want to know, were you consulted when the administration had the plan? Because look, you know, we've spoken about people struggling to pay rent, people struggling to pay their mortgages, businesses struggling to recover. That's one of the primary things that we want to address through the American Recovery Act funding. That's also one of the primary things that we wanted to address through the CARES Act funding that we received last year. And I assume that's something that the Economic Advisory Council would have been consulted on and would have been interested in, except the administration elected to use 95% of the CARES Act money that they got to pay salaries and fringe benefits for people that were already on Nassau County's payroll, not to go to small businesses and residents. And my question for you is, you didn't make that decision. My question for you is, was the Economic Advisory Council consulted with respect to that decision?
Well, I can only say that we're consulted about anything that has to do with COVID relief funds. We're all the time. We don't get into the minutia of what goes here and what goes there, but any of the major programs that the county has launched. And I have to tell you, Steve, in my opinion, the county executive, the county administration, and all the others, including legislators on this body, have done an extraordinary job during very difficult times. This is a crisis that hopefully we'll never see in our lifetimes again. I've been around a few years, and I've never seen anything like it before. So the purpose of our council is to try to guide us through this and recommend things to the county executive. I think it's important to point out, we don't make the decisions. The final decisions about what programs to implement are really up to the county executive and you as the county legislature. But I have to tell you, from my perspective, we are deeply informed on a regular basis about every COVID program that there is out there. And we discuss them. And I have to say, a lot of the members of the advisory council contribute their own ideas based on their experiences. You know, we've got people, for instance, Dennis Grossman, I'm just thinking of one person from the Nassau Council of Chambers of Commerce, who gave us a number of ideas about how we might help downtowns and struggling chambers of commerce. So that's what we do. we're not a formal government agency, but I think that it was a wise decision. And I have to say that county executive reached out to me before we even formed the council to discuss the idea. I happen to remember the particular phone call. We were all home, and she said, I want to get input from citizens. What do we do about this crisis? So we are consulted on a regular basis.
Final question, Rich. Nassau County showed a $78 million budget surplus last year, in part because the administration used $98 million in CARES Act funds to plug into the budget. Are you, in your role with the Economic Advisory Council, have you discussed with the administration why that $78 million surplus cannot be used to provide additional relief to residents and businesses now that the circumstances changed from when that decision was made?
Well, we haven't discussed it yet, but I think it's a good thing to discuss now.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
If I may also further clarify, I think we had a full hearing or full discussion on the CARES Act funding, and one of the things that was discussed that I'm especially proud of is the $32 million of HUD CARES Act money that was directed directly into the hands of the small businesses through grants and loans. The PPE kits that Richie mentioned, that was all done with a separate pot of CARES Act money that came in through HUD and was administered by the Office of Community Development under the leadership of Kevin Crean. So I do want to sort of make that distinction that it wasn't that we didn't touch those issues, it was just done with a different pot of money. So
no, and just
thank you, legislator.
Yeah, my overall concern, Deputy County Executive Simis, is the fact that we were advised not more than 2 months before the county indicated that it had a $78 million surplus that we were facing a $285 million deficit, which was the pretext to why those monies were used for salaries and benefits as opposed to providing direct assistance to residents. Now that we know that that information was incorrect, or at least was misinformed at that time, I want to know why it is we're not using the surplus money that we have to now provide assistance to residents. Why we're using, and we'll get into this later, why we're using some of the money that we're using from the American Recovery Act to provide for non-COVID related expenses when we have surplus money that we could be using for that purpose. So that's
I understand
some of the questions that I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Those are for later, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Richard, I think you're off the hook. Thank you. It's
Well,
always
thank
great
you.
to see
I just want to say, parting, I want to thank every member of the legislature for working with us. You know, I have a dialogue with a number of you, as you all know, and your input is deeply important to me. Now, I've been around a long time. You know, I started going before the Board of Supervisors 45 years ago. And the 5-minute time limit, when I was there, it was 3 minutes with an egg timer. But I just want to tell you how much I appreciate the work that you do, the leadership that you've shown, and I want to thank you for the guidance that you've given to me and the input that you've given to me, each one of you that I work with. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thanks, Rich. You can come back and tell us that anytime you want.
Okay. Tomorrow?
Eric Alexander, Vision Long Island.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Nicolau. Good to see you. Good to see people in person, which is just pretty awesome. Richie Kessel, a good friend, is a tough act to follow here, but I did want to weigh in. I did speak with some of you. You asked for some thoughts that we had related to the federal funding as it goes through the county. We know you guys are really the front lines in communicating with your local residents, and you know what the community needs are. So we're glad, and along with the local town and villages, you're the front line. You're really the Economic Advisory Council for Nassau County. So we're glad that there is this hearing to get your input into this federal funding. Look, people have been through a lot. People want to get back to normal. You know that. This pandemic has chipped away at the trust of national media, bigger governments, elites, and large institutions. And we got to heal that. We can. The administration, to their credit, has reached out to our Long Island Main Street Alliance, which I've founded with 45 different main streets across Long Island. The IDA has done a great job through this pandemic. Our Main Street members are part of, a couple of them are part of the Economic Advisory Committee, so they have had a voice in this process, which is great. We're now seeing the plan the administration put together, so like you, we're digesting it. Obviously, we heard veterans programs, senior programs, the great senior centers that the county has, and other human services are, wise use of funding to get direct needs to folks. We won't comment on those. We certainly trust the expertise of the people running that forward. As for economic development and infrastructure, through the process of the pandemic, we have reached out to over 3,000 local businesses. We consistently polled and gotten feedback from our Main Street Alliance members on a range of issues. So here are some things that have bubbled up in recent months that people want to see happen. One of the biggest challenges, street-level direct outreach with technical assistance tied to programs. Lots of information is not getting out there, despite best of efforts. Over 1/3 of folks we spoke to in 4 business districts never heard of certain SBA programs. Minority-owned businesses were particularly disconnected from the process, so we have to solve that. We have to work on that in a hyper-local fashion. That's one. The technology divide, the brick-and-mortar businesses versus online businesses. The online businesses have done better through this pandemic, obviously. The brick-and-mortar businesses need ways to get a leg up. Our friends at ListNet are ready to help, and others, so we need programs in that area. Basic physical improvements to spruce up downtowns. We've heard sign programs, cleanups, landscaping, beautification, other things to make communities, and not just the main streets that are doing well, but some of the ones that have been underinvested in primarily, to get them back up and ready. Direct grants to local organizations. Nassau County has a whole web of not-for-profits, chambers, community organizations, and events that really raise the spirits and open up our main streets and communities. Leveraging county promotions. The hyper-local efforts that the IDA and others have done through online traditional media is great. The Shop Local efforts was a success during the pandemic, so we know there are 30 island-wide real campaigns for shopping local. We want more of that, and the Nassau Council of Chambers is doing a great job in that area. We also have heard infrastructure support that ties to redevelopment. Bus, rail station cleanups, traffic calming, speed reduction, so more people are out walking and biking. Let's do it safely. The county's done a great job in opening streets. They just need more resources for real traffic calming programs. Now, we're glad the county's own survey verifies what we've heard. We need direct assistance for folks and direct access to information, which they're not necessarily getting. How do we do this? It's our belief, our organization's belief, we're not really a region, we're a community of communities. That's how folks hear things on the neighborhood level. So towards that end, hyper-local grants and direct assistance are best positioned to help. We understand you're going forward an in-house model with Boost Nassau, and we'll look at that, and I'm sure there's really good effort there. No matter what you do, out-of-touch folks from other regions or New York City or studies have emerged from people who haven't talked to folks on main streets. We need less of that top-down agenda and more from the bottom-up agenda. That's what we need to do. We really need to listen and act with folks on the ground. We're glad these dollars are getting a hearing, as they will build up trust in whatever's done, and we need more of that everywhere. It's very important that, again, as local legislators, your priorities making in this plan, we certainly commend the county for listening and doing the work they've done to date to get us to this place. Thank you.
Sure. Let's do what you would.
Hi, Eric.
Hey.
This is kind of more directed at a question that Legislative Rhodes had. Tom McKevitt and myself, we were brought on only a few months ago. I just wanted to put that on the record. And basically, we were just discussing what to do with this new funding that was becoming available. And it's been an incredible task having all these different opinions, but I think it was, I'm kind of getting the impression that it sounds like we were like in a secret meeting or something, but we weren't. It was just basically just getting different opinions as to how to guide us. A lot of the funding when it came in really didn't have federal guidance at the time, so it was more of a think tank to kind of come up with ideas and hear from all different walks of life. And and again, I just want to clarify the timeline. Thomas and I were not on the board for the entire amount of time, for the year and a half, or whatever it was, that existed. I think it's been, how long, Nick, have it about 4 months or so?
No, I think less than that. I think it's about 2 months or so
2
we've been on
months.
board, yeah.
Okay, yeah. And both of us voiced the fact that it had to be inclusive of the legislature, and that was fully accepted. They know that we have to vote for the allocations, but they also know that we all want 19 districts to be informed and included, and that was sort of our role on these calls. So I just wanted to clarify that.
All right. Okay. Legislator Rhodes?
Eric, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Thanks for speaking today.
Thanks.
Did they have specific suggestions, the members of the Main Street Alliance, as to how we could actually reach out? Because right now, the Boost Nassau plan, from what we've heard, is that we're going to have staff in Eisenhower Park, and that we might do some radio or TV. Is this something that needs to be more intensive? Should we be using local social media? Because I know a lot of businesses are on social media. Should we have people go out into the actual neighborhoods and walk the downtowns door to door?
That's right.
I mean, how would you do it differently from the way?
Here's what we look. There's, I swear most business outreach efforts have the same 3,000 emails or 10,000 emails that ping to each other. There's the people that got all the information 15 times, 50 times, and they're like tired of hearing it. The EIDL loans, the paycheck protection programs, all that, and the Nassau County's programs too. So there's an elite group. Then there's another group that may have heard something through media, through traditional media, News 12, or through social media, or through friends or allies. Then there's a third that the folks that we called, when we called and we knocked on doors in business districts, in 4 business districts in Nassau, a third of the folks that needed the information the most were disconnected the most. So I'm saying calls and street level outreach, bilingual particularly, because folks are disconnected. The elites are not talking to the guy who's running the deli, or someone who had a clothing shop that went out. When you could have 500 people in a Walmart, but you couldn't have 2 people in a retail store. People were pained by business regulations through this process, and they didn't get the help because the outreach, as it is now, is designed to help the people who don't need help, right? And it's not of any bad intention. It's just the elites are disconnected from real people. It's a problem, and we got to fix it. If we have money, let's fix it. Let's double down on street-level outreach, real trusted relationship. And I say hyper-local because people from off Long Island don't know Long Island. So let's get the people that actually know, the community groups on the local, smallest level. So, yes, our Main Street Alliance, many of them could themselves do outreach with the right training. We would definitely trust working with county economic development folks and local folks, the African American Chamber, the South Asian Chamber, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, groups like ListNet that could help on the technology side, people that they're community organizations that aren't necessarily business organizations, but they know every business in town. They know everybody in town. So, every community has about 100 people who decide stuff. We need a better job connecting from the elite place. And I love economic advisory. I love expertise. I love information. But at the same time, it's not always trusted. People trust people. That's why I say you guys are the Economic Advisory Committee, because you guys are trusted by your residents and business owners. So tap into that. If we're going to be successful, we have to. Sorry, like a little speech.
Let's set a binder.
Hi, Eric.
Hey.
How are you?
How are you?
So I couldn't agree with everything you just said more. We definitely have to be out on the streets. We need boots on the ground to really drive a lot of the opportunities into our communities across the whole region. One of the things that I read about in terms of inclusivity was actually utilizing a trusted source within the community to actually extend the funding. So like in Ohio, they used the local urban league.
Right.
And they were the ones who then maintained the program because the people trusted the urban league. So one of the things that I think we should look at too is, it's great that we have the money, the county has the money, but maybe we could look to partner with an appropriate not-for-profit or organization that has the ability to reach those communities, but also has the trust of those communities.
Right.
And I think that could also drive this point home and turn the corner on this, because research has shown exactly what you said. The elites are getting the money, the folks who are in the know are getting the money, and the folks that are in our downtowns across Nassau County are not getting the funding. So I agree with you 100%, and I'd love to see us work together in making this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Top one. So included in the package before you is $1.5 million for technical assistance, promotional efforts that we envision using with our partnerships with nonprofits. Now, we are restricted on our ability to give funds directly to certain organizations, and we're going to hear more about that. I hate it because we want to get to yes on everything we possibly can. But if an organization is more of a business organization, they may not be eligible for ARPA funds. So, but we know that I actually checked with Dennis Grossman. The Nassau Council of Chamber of Commerce is a nonprofit, and they would be eligible. We know that some of our partners in academia will be looking to find as many nonprofit partners in the minority communities as we possibly can, and they would be funded in that $1.5 million that I referenced for technical assistance, promotional efforts. Just to give you an example, Hofstra's doing a program in Great Neck, downtown Great Neck, Village of Great Neck Plaza, where they're helping the businesses in that area do a better job with social media. They give them workshops and trainings. Well, it shouldn't just be in Great Neck, it should be throughout the county, so that model could be replicated. We truly do not believe we have all the answers, and we absolutely will need to do partnerships. So that $1.5 million has been dedicated to that in this bill before you. Thank you.
I would just add that there isn't one not-for-profit in Nassau County that's trusted by communities across Nassau County, in my experience, including the one my own. So I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all solution for delivery of trust. I think it's a hyper-local experience, and I know that probably folks that write the contracts are probably tormented with the thought of 30 different micro grants that would go to different communities, or 15 to target the most communities that have not gotten the resources they deserve, let's say. But that's the kind of thinking when Legislator Rose asked the question of how to do it. I really believe it's got to get really on the local level, and intermediaries may not be best at it, personally.
I agree 100%, and that's why I think I use the example of the Urban League.
Yep.
Because in that part of Ohio, in that particular community, the Urban League was the trusted entity, right? And so it's going to change across the 19 districts.
Yep.
And it could actually change within communities within those 19 districts.
Yep.
And so I agree 100%.
Yep. Ms. Birnbaum.
Yes, hi. I'm a member of the Great Neck community in the Great Neck Chamber, and I was at that announcement when a local store in Great Neck partnered with the Hofstra program to become more tech savvy, and that was a well-known store in Great Neck. And I remember speaking to some of the Hofstra interns who were there, who said they actually went door to door to every store to see who they could enlist in this program. That was a reimbursement program, so it would be no charge at all to the store to participate, and they were still having difficulty. And I know you mentioned Dennis Grossman a few times, and it's great that there's a Chamber of Commerce board and chambers participate, but I don't think a lot of stores join chambers. There are a great percentage that just do not involve themselves with the chambers, and I think those are the ones that have suffered the most during COVID. So again, that community effort of actually maybe training people and going door to door to the communities and seeing what their needs are and informing them about the different programs, I think would be extremely beneficial.
Thank you. Agreed.
Okay, Ms. Ford.
I agree with my fellow legislators, and even with you, Eric, in regard to a lot of this, because I have found that even reaching out to a lot of my businesses, in certain instances, they don't belong to the chambers. So they're like standalone stores trying to make it. There seems to be some confusion as to which stores, which type of businesses are eligible for this type of funding. I know that we go for other restaurants, we go for other like taverns and whatever, but, some people say, well, if you're in the salon business, are you eligible? If they lost money, like maybe pet supplies or whatever, like what are the stores? I think we need better clarification as to which type of businesses would be eligible for this type of funding. And I know that the federal guidelines also indicate that there are certain criteria that need to be met. But I think we also need to go back to the federal government and say, in some cases, these stores may not necessarily fit that criteria 100%, but there's no reason why they can't get funding, why they can't get some help, because regardless of whether or not they're a bigger business, maybe they're just a tiny business, but they do provide a service, they provide something to our community. In many instances, they hire local people, you know what I'm saying? So I think that this is something that we need. And I think that we also need to do a better job of getting to all of these establishments and to find ways to get them, to help them through the application process, because I think a lot of them, and I don't know what and I know that even with the restaurant recovery, we did not get 100% from the restaurants. I don't think all the restaurants actually, did they all respond to, what was the percentage
No,
on that?
the Restaurant Recovery Grant Program, we dedicated $2 million of the CDBG CV funds, as I mentioned before, that came in through HUD. And we used a nonprofit vendor, National Development Council, to help review all the applications. We ended up issuing over 250 grants in that $2 million. Either they got $5,000 if they had under 10 employees, or $10,000 if they got up to 50 employees. And we think it was extremely successful. We spent just about every dollar. And just to clarify, one of the reasons why we expanded the program, and we're looking to expand it with ARP funding, is to include other than restaurants, right? Because we know that, I think it's almost a total of 8,000 businesses, probably more than that, but that's the record, that are sort of Main Street, small businesses with under 50 employees, including the restaurants, right? But we only have helped the restaurants so far. So we actually have a number of applications that we're processing, our vendor is processing for us right now, for the non-restaurant applicants who were, not a full-service restaurant, because we had to draw the line somewhere. We only had $2 million. So we said full-service restaurants, hardest hit. We were talking about the winter months when they weren't open, didn't have outdoor dining, right? So we really focused on them. But what about the bagel shop? What about the laundromat? What about those folks? We do anticipate they're eligible for the new $10 million grant program that we're asking you to approve today. So we've already started covering some of those applications of the sort of, I'll call it the bagel shop. So the ones that were already in the pipeline with our vendor that we can still fund through CDBG CV, and then as soon as you allocate the $10 million for the ARPA money, then we're really going to expand it and get the word out to the other retailers and downtown businesses, not just restaurants.
Okay, and will there be like a sheet that we could even?
Absolutely.
We're
going to give you. I want to give you a nice.
Yep. Handing it to every business.
You should have a flyer.
Clear, what
absolutely.
Their profile, what the requirements would be, what numbers, what they can access, and then also in regard to that resource center, I guess, that you're setting up in Eisenhower, correct?
Yes,
all right.
Correct.
What are the, I'm sorry, I was late, so
That's
I
okay.
do apologize that I might have missed the full presentation. But what are the hours of operation for that center?
Yeah, the hours are 9 to 4:45, county hours. We're asking folks to start with the portal and make an appointment, rather than Dr. Williams could attest to this. We have had some walk-ins. We'll never turn anybody away. And then we're asking them to schedule an appointment with a resource center coordinator so that we can focus in on what they need. So there's like an intake form on the portal. Are you coming in for rental assistance? Are you coming in for business assistance? Basic information, and then an appointment is scheduled for them.
And considering that businesses, a lot of them do operate between 9 and 5, some of them like at night, of course. What accommodations are going to be made, for people who cannot make an appointment between 9 to 4:45? Are we going to then expand to after hours, just to be able to, handle, be able to accommodate those people, because I think that if we're trying to reach out to as many businesses and as many people as possible, and to make it as easy for them, to get this funding so they can stay in business, I really think we need to take a look at how do we best address, the
Okay.
business owners, the small business owners. They're not like people who have a lot of employees. It might be two
No,
or
they're
three people
understood,
working in that
exactly.
store. And I would like to, even if eventually, if we can try to set things up in our different
To have an
districts where they
evening,
could be, where they don't have to travel as far to get up there, but maybe have something more localized. I mean, I really do. Eric, you're right. I mean, we need to just focus on how do we get because a lot of them are still hurting. And, the sad part is when you look and you see some of these stores that literally have shut down because of this. And it's just something that does impact a neighborhood, and it's never a good sign, so anything that we can do. And I really would like you to look at the resource center and see how we could expand it and make it so that it's almost like, impossible for people to say, I
To
can't
avoid
make
it.
Whatever.
Right.
Where we're going to make them so that they can easily fill out these forms and get the funding that they so desperately need.
Understood, and we'll do our best to accommodate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Ford. I just wanted to address one of your comments. As far as reaching folks, it's one thing with another round of funding, the people already in the know are well positioned to get the next batch of funding. We still haven't addressed how to get to the folks, that band of folks that either had questions or didn't even know about it. And I think that work requires two things. One, consultants that actually know the communities. The other is, if we are going to engage community groups, they got to have the capacity to reach out, or the ability to, have somebody who's can carry out they can get reimbursed or what have you to get the information out. They have some kind of staff line to get the information out. And I think that there's a lot of concern we heard from the businesses when we did inform them. And this is why I say technical assistance. There's a lot of people that fears, like, oh my God, I don't want to apply for this because, oh my God, something's going to happen, or it's going to go wrong, or I'm going to owe all this money, or, and I think there's a lot of emotions involved in this with people too, which is a barrier. So all the more important that people trusted and real community people are plugged into this process. So I know I've said it like 16 different times, 16 different ways, but I just want to hit on it one last time.
But
Thank
Eric,
you.
you're absolutely right. And in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, like maybe sometimes having these meetings, scheduling them at libraries to invite our local businesses to do as much outreach as we can, just like we do when we have the exemption meetings. People come in and they're able to file for the exemptions on their taxes and things like that. That maybe this may be another possibility, something that we can look in and have somebody to help guide them through the application process, because I'll learn as best as I can. But of course, it'll probably be my assistant who does most of that, so.
I do think that's where the outreach offices come in, and how I was just trying to describe, like, the new staffing of the people we're hiring as temporary staff members. We're using ARPA funds, but the very clear connection back to OMA, OAAA, and OHA, because once we have, things really up and running, the outreach offices are absolutely part of this plan. They absolutely have to, and they have always done programs in the libraries. The offices have done them collaboratively, or they've done them separately, and again, very proud of that work, but we absolutely can do more. So thank you. Thank you, Legislator.
Thank you, Legislator Ford.
Thanks. We have.
I have a question, I'm sorry. Yes, hi, thank you.
Mrs. Solage, yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank everyone for being here this hearing and the presentation by the administration. I have a question. I went, for example, this past weekend, I went to a local business, a minority-owned business, and I asked them if they were, informed about any of these opportunities or programs, and they informed me that they were in existence for less than 2 years as a business, and that a lot of these programs don't apply to businesses that have been in existence for less than 2 years. Did your consultants come into information about that, and how can we help businesses that fall in that category?
So I'm going to try to find my notes on that, Legislator Salages. I'm not sure I have it with me. There were restrictions, placed by CARES Act funding and who you could help and what the rules were. And similarly for the ARPA funds, I know that we've tried to be as inclusive as possible when we've rolled out new programs. And I just don't remember if the mains, what the restrictions are on the Main Street grant program. Hold on a minute, I might be able to find it. Or we can turn to the next question and I can get back to you. Somewhere I have here what the parameters of the new program are, and what the rule is. I think it's after, they had to be in business after March of 2020, but I do want to confirm that for you.
I think it was a year.
Or, yeah. Or they had to be in business by March of 2020 to be eligible. So when you said 2 years, I think we're okay, because if they've been in business since March of 2020, they should be eligible.
And who can I put this particular business in contact with, or your team?
It's I think the email is, well, me. First of all, it'll be fine, legislator, and I'll make sure we take care of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So perhaps we ought to confine our questions at this point to the person who's speaking, if they have anything specifically for them, and the ones for the panel we might want to hold until later. Does that work for everyone? Okay, good. So then we have Mr. Jamie, or is it Ms., I'm sorry, Bogenschutz? Sorry.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Bogenschutz. I am the Chief Transition Officer for Yes Community Counseling Center, recently retired. And I also have the honor of sitting on the Economic Advisory Council for some time. And this morning, I just briefly want to talk a little bit about trying to make the connection for you guys. And I think as legislators, you have a real good sense as what we do in the Youth Service Coalition and the work that we do in the community. And that's really I want to just speak to a little bit. I'm not sure whether you know or not, but when we talk about human services and we talk about the nonprofit sector, statewide, close to 20%, we make up close to 20% of the workforce, the human service providers. When you come down to Long Island, it looks like it's about 153,000 people who are part of that nonprofit sector. And I'm bringing this up because when we talk about small business, we look at our human service providers. Many of us are also small business providers. We also have less than 50 employees. Many of us have employees of maybe 2, 3, 5. So it's important, I think, to make that connection that we are more than just youth service providers. And what I wanted to just bring up today and to ask you to consider, the recommendation has been to increase the budgets to the existing nonprofits that work with the county to provide human services related to youth and families. We have been in an awful place for the past decades in terms of losing funding, not having funding restored. For us, we see this as a tremendous opportunity to begin to identify workforce deficits within our organizations, to bulk up some of those service provisions and the services that are available to all the people who are looking to receive services. When we talk about small business, when we talk about our restaurants, when we talk about Main Street, we look at this sector. These are people that still continue to turn to us. So when we look at the restaurants who have been out of business, well, the restaurant owner is the one who's calling us up saying, I can't get food on the table. Can you help me get food? I can't deal with my wife anymore. Or the wife who calls up who says, my husband has been beating me. We're the ones that kind of receive a lot of the impact from many of the consequences of this virus. So I would like for you to consider, as the proposal set before you, I know that there was a $1.4 million ask. Our ask as a coalition had actually been higher than that. And we are hopeful that as things progress, once we get perhaps past this first round of funds, that perhaps there will be additional consideration to increase that $1.4 million to more than that. This, again, as I pointed out, and I think you all know, all of us know in this room, this is an opportunity that is being presented that has never been presented before to us, an opportunity to strengthen our workforce, to make sure that our organizations that the county funds are as strong, healthy, vital, and viable as they possibly can be. So I know all of you as legislators know that many of our agencies are in your backyards. And I think you all are very familiar with many of the programs and the services and the people that we touch by the work that we do. So again, my hope and wish is that you continue to be the voice for us human service providers and our youth and child programs, because we need you to advocate for us, and we need to know that we will continue to be strong, virus or no, no matter what happens, that we will continue to persevere. So thank you for everything you've done. Thank you, the county executive. The Economic Advisory Council, by the way, really has been a think tank of some extraordinary people. It has been a privilege for me to be a part of that, representing the human services, some of the needs of our human service providers. So I am very grateful for that. And I think you all can be proud of the work that the council has done, because it really is about people first, and that's important to all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Tom Bruno.
Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to see you in person again in a year and a half. We'd like to start as a coalition in thanking the administration for listening to us when we had a very lengthy Zoom meeting with the county executive about the needs of the youth service programs in this county. COVID had a unique effect on everybody. You know, our young people, our families. It was devastating. You know, March 13th of last year, my program was open. Kids were in there. That Saturday, we received notification from the state that everything stopped. That meant that the kids lost all their socialization. They lost school. They lost the youth programs. They lost friends, basically, for quite a few months. And I think what's going to happen is that the effects of COVID are going to be long-lasting. The psychological, the emotional, the social, and the educational effects are going to be very long-lasting. I know that the county is talking about a 2-year program where we're going to be receiving a 20% increase in our funding over the next 2 years, which we are extremely grateful for. We have not received an increase in funding since the 1980s. As a matter of fact, during that time period, we actually took a 3% cut in funding. So we're hoping that once this 2-year program is over, the county will consider keeping us at the level that we are going to be receiving now. As I said, we're grateful for the increase, but we're just very concerned as to what happens after that, because like I said, the effects of COVID are not going to go away in 2 years. Our educational system is suffering. We're doing more than ever before with tutoring, doing remedial education for our kids. The social effect that was thrown upon these young people, and also the emotional aspect of this. So please do that, all that you can to consider and to also ensure that this money continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Pat Boyle.
Hello, everyone. I hope you and your families are all feeling well and everything is okay for you. It's good to see you again, to tell you the truth. One of the things that I hope that you never thought that we ever were was not cognizant of the fact of how hard you work to be able to find money to help us. Every single year you do that. And so does the administration this year is doing a job of trying to be able to do that as well, too. But in many of the years, we counted on you to be able to make it happen for us, and you made it happen every year. And I hope that you never think that we're ungrateful for everything that you do, because I understand that, you know, just in talks with you and the fact that we're not a mandated service, I know it makes you very, very difficult for you to be able to, find those pennies to be able to get them to come our way. But now's kind of a different thing. Let me give you a little history lesson. Going back to 1989, I was brand new here. I was in a group of people, and the speaker got up in front of everyone, and it was a group of not-for-profits, youth services, veteran, everybody was there that day. And he got up in front of everybody, and the first thing that came out of his mouth was, "Youth services is the caboose on the funding train." It's not too far off if you think about it. We usually get what the crumbs are that are left over at the end in the back of the train. But now we have an opportunity to do something a little bit differently with this. We did have a very good meeting with the county executive and her staff. Deputy county executives were there as well, too. And we kind of put forward a $1.5 million increase to our funding, which is the 20% that they talked about before. And we're thankful for that, too. I mean, I'm not, throwing water on that. That's a big, big help. But what my concern is right now is what's going to happen with that money to be able to really affect kids. Affecting kids is not going out and buying another bat and another ball and saying, come on, we can have 10 more kids play. That's not how we work here. We're not bats and balls agencies. What I'm worried about is the effects that are going to happen to children with regard to now going back into this system again. It's been proven that depression is going to be something that's going to become very prevalent in even very young children because it's a whole new experience again. After a year and a half, they don't know how to handle themselves. And going back to school for some of them is very, very stressful. So what would an agency like mine want to do? If I hand the kid a bat, it's not going to do any good. I want to be able to hire another social worker to be able to help me, who's the other social worker there, deal with these kids and really get to the bottom of what's happening, work with their parents, work with everybody else. The problem is 20% doesn't even buy me a social worker. And I'm one of the higher allocated agencies. It would get me probably about $60,000. That won't hire a social worker when you talk about workers' comp and insurance and all the other things that go along with it. So what I'm hoping that you might be able to do is to take a look at what you can do to maybe raise these amounts so that we can make a difference in the community. And to Jamie's point as well, too, as far as the small business aspect of what we are small businesses. I have to do everything that the guy who runs Home Depot does with his employees. And as a matter of fact, we have more employees than Home Depot does in Elmont. So, we want to be able to show that we are small businesses. And the fact that we have a payroll which is $40,000 every 2 weeks. Some small businesses don't even have close to that. But we have a lot of part-time workers, kids, high school, college-age people who work with us. That's a real small business. It's big time. So anyway, I see my time's running out, so I'll leave you with those thoughts. But anything that you can do to help would be most appreciative. Thanks.
Thank you, Pat. Okay, that's the last slip that we have, so let's get to the questions from the legislators. Obviously, this is a hearing with respect to the administration's plans with regard to the relief funds that are coming from the American Rescue Plan. And today, there's been much discussion of the $62.9 million that the administration is proposing. But the administration has already proposed expenditures of over $100 million in that plan, specifically $375 to go to anyone who's been receiving STAR or basic STARs, up to households up to $500,000. So my question is, for the panel, is that still the plan?
Katie?
Good afternoon, legislator, or good morning, I'm not sure of the time. The county executive's priority is delivering as much relief to as many homeowners as possible, as soon as possible. The county executive has been in touch with Majority Leader Schumer as we seek clarification regarding the American Rescue Plan, and the administration will be meeting with the U.S. Treasury Department this week. It is absolutely clear, according to the Treasury's interim guidance, that direct cash payments to homeowners are permitted, and we want clarification of the allowable universe. As America's first suburb, the cost of living in Nassau County is higher than in the rest of the country. The Majority Leader is supportive, and we will keep you, the county legislature, appraised of the updates as we move forward.
Well, thank you for that, but the question is this. The plan was $375 payments for anyone who's receiving STAR or Basic STAR. Household income could be up to $500,000. Is that $500,000? Is that still the plan of the administration? Has something changed?
We're seeking clarification from the Treasury on that plan.
So you're seeking clarification, but what has changed?
I'm not aware of anything that's changed. We're just seeking clarification from the U.S. Department of Treasury that plan is allowable.
That's not entirely accurate. I know I'm not blaming you. I know you had to read a statement, et cetera. But I mean, our council were told last week that that plan, as currently proposed, cannot go forward, and it is a violation of guidance from the federal government. So we need to get that out. I mean, if in fact we cannot give those checks to 300,000 Nassau residents, they need to know. They were told in a press conference by the county executive that they were getting checks. So if that's no longer the plan because of whatever reason, we need to explain that.
I'm not sure what council relayed was exactly what the administration has told them. What they were told was that the administration was looking for clarification and guidance from the Department of Treasury on our plan. The interim guidance is clear. We are allowed to give direct cash payments to homeowners.
Okay, but are those payments limited based on the interim guidance to income? In other words, people have a maximum amount of income. Is that what the guidance says?
I'm not an expert on the guidance, but I don't believe that there is a dollar amount in the guidance.
Is there anyone here from the administration, the various deputy county executives, who want to speak to this? Okay, let me ask you this question. The guidance did anyone from the administration seek guidance from the consultants as to whether the county could issue checks to the 300,000 Nassau residents before it was announced that we would do so? Anyone in the administration speak to any one of these consultants to get their guidance on this? Did anyone in the administration, 5 or 6 people present, were they aware of any legal opinions that would support giving $375 checks to 300,000 Nassau residents who were receiving STAR up to an income limit of 500,000? Is no one going to answer these questions? I mean, I can understand if you were to argue a case, but you're not even going to answer? This is, in my 25 years here, I've never seen this before. I mean, look, here's the problem that you folks are going to face. And again, I'm not making this personal because I understand you get directions from the administration, you work for the administration, you're told what to do. But the problem is, if in fact the case is that you're not able to issue those checks as previously described, and as the county executive told people on May 17th, at some point you're going to have to explain that to the residents of Nassau County. All right? You have to explain that the guidance doesn't allow you to do that. The program's going to be different. But sitting here in silence is not helping your case. I mean, it just isn't. I mean, this is going to have to be explained at some point.
Presiding officer, just
Yes.
again, we're
Sure.
meeting with the Department of Treasury to seek clarification, because the goal is to give as many homeowners relief as possible, as soon as possible.
Right. All right, well, it's, from what I understand, the plan that was proposed is not going to be able to happen because there is going to be incomes means tested on sending out those monies has to go to disadvantaged peoples, which all of us agree with, by the way.
If I may, I'll just jump in because I
Yes.
think you need to hear from someone in addition to Katie, and I think she's in a difficult spot. We are seeking clarification around the incomes that are eligible to confirm our plan. So that you were right, we look to do STAR and enhanced STAR. We believe that there's some of those folks who are clearly, low mod income. We believe that some of those definitions are limited. They're fairly limited in how they're explained in ARP itself. And so we're looking for some clarification in order to get to some higher income levels. I think we all are mutually in agreement that that would be a good thing to do. We have people throughout this county who've been extremely hard hit. Our county was extremely hard hit by the pandemic in ways that were beyond anything seen other than some other, major metropolitan areas in this country. And we are looking for, Senator Schumer is actually very helpful and interested in also seeking this clarification with us. So we're very optimistic we'll be able to get where we want to be, presiding officer, and we just appreciate, the opportunity to have those conversations and keep you posted on how they're going.
Okay, I just have another follow-up. Thank you, Evelyn. The two firms that were mentioned before as consultants, Haggerty and I think it was CG3PL. Sounds like one of the characters of the Star Wars. But now, did the administration consult with those consultants about the plan to give it to all residents receiving STAR and Basic STAR and Enhanced STAR?
I'm not aware of that. I just don't know the answer to
Does
that.
anyone know, of the six of you know whether the administration did that? They consulted with our consultants as to whether
Haggerty was only, I think, retained for this purpose in recent days, so I don't think so. But I'm not sure. And again,
the county attorney's office rendered an opinion on the plan that was announced back on May 17th?
I'm not aware of an opinion, no. There may have been informal guidance and discussions, of course, but that, in confidential nature.
Right, obviously it's attorney-client, but any, are you aware of any outside guidance?
I'm not aware of any.
All right. Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell?
Thank you. I'm going to jump around a little bit if it's okay. But starting with with these payments, direct payments that the presiding officer just talked about. I'm concerned about some of the businesses that were hard hit. Now, just for instance, when the tax rolls were frozen recently, that did prevent some of the businesses from having their reduction, or I'm sorry, the reduction in business reflected in their value. Wouldn't that be true? And any one of you can jump in on these, please.
I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer your question.
I'm sorry, you don't follow the question, or you don't know
I'm not sure what you're asking, legislator.
Okay. We had the tax rolls frozen recently, right? Because of the pandemic, the
Yes.
county executive froze the tax rolls. We know that. And that freeze would not have accounted for the economic downturn that affected many of our businesses, right?
I imagine you're right. I mean, you're talking about, we have a
And
grant.
this is not controversial at all.
No, I don't think it is. Right.
Okay. So a lot of those businesses are paying taxes as if there were no business shutdown, and they're suffering badly. So my question is, since these businesses have to come up with money, essentially to pay taxes on money they didn't earn, because let's face it, that's part of how businesses pay taxes. It's based upon let's say it's based upon occupancy in buildings, or if it's a single owner occupant, it's based upon the business that they do. They're faced with paying taxes on money they didn't earn. So my question is, very simply, is it allowable to accelerate tax refunds, perhaps, to some of these businesses? Is there any problem with refunding taxes generally to businesses that were affected by the pandemic? Could that be a class that would be permitted?
So I'll answer. The first part of the answer would be that we've directed money into grants because we know that's eligible.
Yeah,
right?
but those are
right, and those are one shots, and I understand.
Yeah,
right,
and a $10,000.
I understand, legislator. So I don't know whether tax relief is even eligible under our.
Mr. Denny?
Certainly look at that.
Yeah, well, because if we can do tax refunds to businesses, well, that will dramatically decrease our liability in turn, the county's liability. If you could use some of that money to pay back refunds that are due to some of these businesses for many, many years, that's going to help these businesses. It's going to help our downtowns, and it'll at the same time decrease the county's liability on tax certs. That's, again, not controversial, I think. Can we do it?
Again, we'd have to take a look at that.
Okay. So on some of on the various categories and the various aid categories that have been put forth there. And by the way, Ms. Denny, sorry, coming back, when do you think you might be able to get an answer to that?
I don't know. I'll speak to the county attorney and let him know of the request.
Yeah, and okay. I mean, that'll come back obviously before we have to vote on anything.
I would hope so.
Okay. Now, in the various categories and the aid to the schools, for instance, is that only the formal public school districts, or will you include charter schools and parochial schools and various other schools that might be worthy of getting aid as well?
That's a very good question, which
Good. That's why I asked.
I do not know the answer, but we will get back to you. And once again, it's based on eligibility.
All right.
As long as it fits in with the parameters of what the federal guidance is.
Yeah, I'd like to know that, because many of these other schools are worthy and they've been suffering as well.
Of course.
Okay, good. Same thing with categories such as youth services. There's been a group that has appeared here a number of times. It's not the same kind of youth services that we've traditionally funded, but I'm thinking specifically as an example of the Rockville Center Coalition for Youth. They've appeared here many times. They do wonderful work in terms of trying to prevent addiction and so forth. I would imagine they would be that type of organization would be eligible as well, would it not? I'm sorry, that's right. That's yours.
Yeah. They would be eligible, and we would invite them to apply. As I said earlier, we recognize that there are a number of youth agencies and other nonprofits that we do not currently have contracts with that are out there doing some of this vital work, and we want to give them an opportunity. So we would invite them in to apply through the portal and evaluate their proposals, their application, and then allocate accordingly. We have set aside, and we're asking for $10 million in that bucket so that we can give agencies that we don't currently fund an opportunity for some of these recovery grants.
Good. I heard you say that before, and I welcome that.
Yes.
And I thank you. I just wanted to make sure. Now, another general type of question. We've spoken about creating new programs to some extent, new programs with new employees, and that, I guess that would be you, Evan, right?
Yep.
So my question to you is, are these evergreen type of programs? In other words, this is one-shot money.
Right. Right.
Are these one-shot programs?
So there's a couple of things happening here, right? The hiring of staff for the Boost Nassau Center, those are temporary employees who understand that these are temporary positions funded by federal relief funds. Would we love to bring them on longer term at some point? we would, but right now they're temporary. As far as the programs, you mean like in terms of like a grant program or a loan program?
Well,
We're managing.
what I'm concerned
yeah.
about is that we create a program now because we have money now, and then we've got to pay for
No,
it every year from now on.
No. Well, but the programs will, sort of be done through vendors that will run the programs for us. So that's how we've done the Restaurant Recovery Grant Program.
Right.
The same thing will be true for the Main Street Grant Program and the loan program. We would be contracting with someone other than county employees to review those applications and all the rest of it. So, I think down the line there may be more requests for staffing, but at this point, all we put before you is the limited team at the Boost Nassau Center.
Okay. Now, in the various programs that we've spoken about, they're quite general in nature.
Mm-hmm.
What level of approval will be subject to the legislature? In other words, what level of scrutiny will be subject to the legislature's approval?
So I think it'll depend on which program and what the approach is, and some of that is still evolving. But I can tell you for sure, if we're planning to create a new program of loans, let's say, for businesses, that would absolutely be done with a vendor through a contract that would come before the legislature to approve. So we'll have to do that quickly,
Yes.
collaboratively, to make sure we can move forward on that in
And
a way.
grants as well? Will individual grants? No, I don't mean the small 10,000 because you'll have 1 million of those.
Right, exactly.
But block grants to various, whether it's to schools or to other things like youth services. Will individual grants be subject to legislative approval in your view?
I don't know if I'll make that a position.
Or is that the administration's discretion?
I think to the extent it's covered by the appropriation, like any other appropriation line item, that if something's covered by the line item, it could be spent. So, of course, subject to the comptroller's office approval, but.
So in other words, the administration would have sole approval over which school districts they get the money?
I think it's, maybe not that granular, but there's as Evelyn said, contracts would have to come before the legislature as a procurement and a choice there. And the selection.
These are grants, they're not contracts.
I'm sorry, I think we're talking about.
That's the thing, there's a mixture of
consultants
things
who are helping put together programs and identifying eligible users.
Right.
Those
The
are going to be.
consultants' contracts would come before us, but what I was asking specifically were about the resultant grants.
I'm not sure what the plan is. I think there's going to be some sort of a selection process for grants and
I mean, I can't
choices.
speak for everyone,
Yeah.
but I think that many of us might like to be able to see what it is that we're approving before we approve it.
Right,
In
the
other words,
vetting, I think.
not write blank checks
Right.
but you guys decide how to spend it.
That's the next stage, I believe.
Yeah, I think there's a process being developed, which Paul touched on a little bit for the application. I'm not sure if you saw that slide, but there's an application process, and there will be a screening by either consultant resources or county folks. I mean, I think let's just to take DCE Rose Louder's vertical. If you're talking about grants to those types of institutions, her team is very well positioned to review proposals, so we would want to tap into existing county staff that knows about the youth services to decide which of the applicants are funded. I'm just giving you one narrow.
And hopefully then submit those to us.
That part I don't know whether that would be required or not, because it
That
seems
would be my
like it's.
request.
Yes, understood.
Okay, again, I'm not speaking for anyone else, but I think that that's something that would interest, certainly it would interest me and perhaps others as well. The consultants that already were hired, you spoke of several consultants, I don't recall the names. Did those come before us, those contracts? I don't remember that.
That was done through the Office of Emergency Management, and I believe the answer is yes. But
maybe.
Andy
Both of
Parsons
them
can
have
answer
come
that.
before you.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
I'm
Haggerty
sorry.
just recently
I have a weak mind, I
CG3PL.
forget these things, sorry. Let's see. So, on that, going back to that 375, if that happens, if I understand you, you're thinking, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but it's contemplated perhaps that you might go beyond the $500,000 income limit, if that's allowable?
No, I think the proposal was to hit the star eligible, which is
Star
not.
eligible, simply that, I understand.
Mhm.
So we're talking about 100 million then, give or take,
That's correct.
plus the 60-something, so we've got about another 30 left, and you're still or roughly, and you're working on developing uses for that.
I'm sorry, say that again, legislator?
I'm
I
sorry, you
apologize.
take that 100,
Right, we
put
minus,
it together with the numbers
with
we're
the
talking
62,
about
and,
today, and
right,
you've got
we have about 40
30, 40 left.
unaccounted for at the moment. 30, yeah.
Okay.
For this year, and then we have another bucket of money coming again in March of 2022. May of 2022. I apologize.
Okay. All right. I would like to get, I guess it would be, Connell, you, the answers to those questions as soon as you're able, because I think that, just again, I'm only speaking for myself, but I think that perhaps you might get quite a good bang for the buck economically and in terms of jobs if we're able to go ahead and save a lot of these businesses that have been suffering in the pandemic. $375 is nice, but there are a limited number of people whose lives are going to be changed by that. Whereas saving a lot of businesses, you can accomplish an awful lot that way.
Legislator Ferretti?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon. To the panel, thank you for your presentation. I have a couple different areas I have some questions about, but I want to start by focusing on the $100 million allocation for the $375 payments. Has the administration been receiving phone calls from residents asking when the payment's coming?
I'm not aware, but we can find out and let you know.
Well, I can tell you my office has been. I represent, obviously, the 15th District. I've been in office now 3.5 years, and I've yet to meet one of my constituents who would not have qualified for this proposal. So obviously, there's a lot of people in my district that are hurting that are now counting on this. And I want to know what I'm supposed to be telling them when they call my office, which they're doing on a daily basis. Can I tell my constituents that they will be receiving this check?
Legislator, you can tell the constituents, we can't tell you what to tell your constituents. What we can tell you is that we are meeting with the U.S. Department of Treasury for clarification on who's eligible for this program.
Everyone knows the taxes on Long Island are too high. Having achieved a hard-earned budget surplus, and on top of that, with federal rescue money on the way, we must now provide the direct relief to Nassau County homeowners. That's a quote from the county executive on May 17th. A tweet on May 17th. Today I am proposing the Homeowners Assistance Plan, a direct cash payment to roughly 300,000 households in Nassau County. Having achieved the budget surplus and with American Rescue Act funding on its way to the county, we must deliver relief for middle-class families. Is that still the position of the county executive?
Yes.
Okay. And can I ask you, can middle-class Nassau County residents still count on this check to come their way?
We are meeting with the U.S. Department of Treasury this week on clarification.
Do you think it would have been beneficial to meet with them before putting this tweet out?
We want to make sure, we want as wide of a universe as possible.
Do you think it would have been beneficial to have these meetings prior to making an announcement that the middle-class residents in Nassau County would be receiving this check?
That's an opinion you're entitled.
Okay. Why didn't you or anyone from the administration meet and discuss this with the people you're now going to be discussing this with prior to making this announcement?
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you that if they have, and if they engaged in conversation. I don't know.
Anyone on the panel?
I think it's fair to say we have no further comment, legislator.
Well, you know what? Why can't we discuss this? This is a hearing on ARPA.
This is a hearing.
Wait, excuse me. I'm not done. You're asking us to look at what you've sent to us. I assume that what you've sent to us has been discussed and that you've decided that it's properly being allocated. How can I make that assumption, though, if what you're telling me is what you've told us in the past could be spent on $375 payments. You now don't know. Do you know what you're sending to us now can be spent the way you're proposing for it to be spent?
I believe they,
I don't think your mic's on.
Oh, sorry. As stated previously, we believe that all of the categories in the appropriation are eligible use, potentially eligible uses, and that the actual spending, of course, will have to be vetted to make sure that it complies with the law and the regulations from the Treasury.
And are you basing that on the discussion with the Treasury?
That hasn't happened yet, right? So far, it's been a legal analysis and policy analysis of what's come out from Treasury, plus the Q&As that have come out, they've rolled out, they've updated those over time. So we've been, and other, third-party sources, everyone's weighing in, there's a lot of information that's out there.
I'm referring to clerk item 21321, the roughly $63 million. Has that been discussed with the Treasury Department as to whether the monies can be spent?
I'm not aware that it has. I don't know if anyone else is.
So we're making the same mistake that we made, well, not we. The administration's making the same mistake they made in the middle of May when they're putting things forward without discussing it with the Treasury?
No, nothing's been filed. We're asking you to approve what's been filed here based on advice and from council.
And I'm asking you, what's in front of us? Well, that's $63 million.
That's what's in front of you today.
And that meets the guidance.
Says who? Does the Treasury Department set it?
That is the guidance that has been set by the Treasury Department.
Well, in May, you told us the guidance in front of the Treasury Department said $100 million could be sent directly to residents. Now you're saying you don't know. So what I'm asking
the guidance is clear that we can provide direct assistance to homeowners.
If that's the case, then how come it's no longer a certainty?
I'm sorry?
If that's the case, then why is anything changing?
We didn't say anything was changing.
Okay, then why haven't my constituents or anyone's constituents on this dais gotten a check? Why hasn't it been sent to us, like clerk item 213-21 has been?
We are seeking clarification from the U.S. Department of Treasury this week.
So I understand, Katie, I see the position you're in, and I'm sympathetic to it. But you're sending us now clerk item 213-21, telling us you haven't discussed this with the Treasury Department, and telling us that the prior initiatives that were proposed you didn't discuss with the Treasury Department, and now you have second thoughts on it. Why wouldn't we believe that you'll have second thoughts on this going forward when you haven't discussed this, meaning 213-21?
I'm not sure that we said we had second thoughts on the direct assistance to homeowners. I think what we said is we are seeking clarification. That's not a second thought.
Okay, so
we're not having a second thought on the item that was presented to you.
Are you having second thoughts on whether they can be sent to anyone who receives STAR or Enhanced STAR? Or is that still the position of the administration?
That is the universe, yes, that we would like to send.
Well, I'd like to send it to everyone. I'd like to send to everyone $1 million. We're talking about reality. Is it still the administration's position that the $375 direct payments will be and can be sent to Nassau households receiving STAR or Enhanced STAR?
We are seeking clarification on the universe.
Okay. I'm just, I've got an issue with that. And I know that about 60,000 people in the 15th Legislative District are going to as well. Going on the $2.5 million allocated to school districts, how is that going to be distributed? Is there a specific amount to each district? Is there going to be an application process, something else?
There will be an application process, and it will be evaluated once all the needs come in. It's probably going to be addressing under the current guidance of broadband or expanding broadband in communities, or to those who really need it, what was identified during the pandemic.
And who makes the determination as to which school district needs it?
Right now, the first avenue is assisting as I had my testimony earlier, it was first to seek whether there's other available funds out there, either via FEMA or some CARES money that could have been allocated towards school districts. Beyond that, We're going to try to assist identify the needs first of the school districts, and then work with the consultants to evolve the program as to how it's going to be evaluated and awarded.
All right, that just seems a little vague to me. I'm not really sure the criteria as to how a school district would be eligible for these funds. Are we going to receive any kind of criteria?
Well, I mean, some of that was encompassed in the broadband, but yes.
What do you mean by,
There will be
what is,
broadband, like as I just mentioned, for some school districts for children who were adversely impacted because they didn't have, the ability to remotely tap into the school resources and such.
okay, so you're saying is there are districts in Nassau that didn't have remote technology?
Quite possible. I can't say, I'm not an expert on school districts, but that's what we're trying to identify, the eligibility, the needs, and then match that against the eligibility.
I guess that's the issue I have, and I feel like, shouldn't that be done before allocating a certain amount of money to the schools?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, if you want to look at things and say, I guess like Nassau County is ahead of the curve right now in trying to get monies back into the communities. If you look at, I guess, the number of individuals who are vaccinated in, New York State, we're probably on the forefront, Nassau County is on the forefront of getting that accomplished and getting us back up and running. If you're looking at the businesses, it's like there's a lot of unknowns here. The interim rules, as I had mentioned earlier, they only get finalized, I believe, in July. So there's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts out there, and some of it is pretty clear and others a little bit vague. But even if we allocate funds towards a program, it's coming before this board here. I mean, what's better to do? Try to get proactive or reactive? I mean, I guess there's different ways of looking at it.
I think that it's certainly good to be out in front of things, but at the same time, you don't want to allocate money without knowing exactly where it's going. I think earlier in the presentation you said we have until when to allocate this, 2024?
That is to obligate, yep.
To obligate
Yes,
it and then to spend it by 2026?
Yes, sir.
Right, so I don't want to say we're rushing, but, I think that we do have, or at least I have some questions about exactly how this money is going to be distributed before, voting on it, especially in light of the fact that we have 3 years to do it.
No, that's a good point. However, it's getting the money out there, as I think everyone here is acknowledging that, the downtowns is going to be a driving force to get monies back into the community, not only into the business owners, but the individuals who are working for them to reinvest in other businesses as they go out and spend their money. But right now, all the eligibility criteria, I mean, we have to spend the money in conformance with that. So that's the basis of any of these programs here.
Okay, now we talked, I think Ms. Simmons, you talked earlier about the restaurant assistance program that was done back earlier this year.
It was about a year it was open.
Right. And the total amount that was allocated to that so
$2 million.
far has been $2 million. And that helped about 250?
That's about right.
Okay. Restaurants? How many restaurants were eligible for that?
I think it's about 3,000.
So roughly, we assisted about 1/12, if my math is right,
That's about right.
of restaurants. Now, I know you characterize that as success. Look, helping anyone is a blessing. I'm glad that we could help those 275 restaurants. But from my perspective, it's disappointing knowing that over 95% of the money in the CARES Act, and I know the $2 million didn't come from the CARES Act. It came from that other pot.
HUD.
But we had $98 million that was put into the budget that could have been allocated additionally to helping restaurants, for example. And I don't see any reason why we didn't help every restaurant in Nassau County. And unfortunately, when it was presented to us, it was presented as if it was needed to go into the budget. We now know that wasn't true. But I don't characterize that $2 million that went to restaurants as a success, and I think that we could have and should have done more. And I'm hesitant to even you look at what we have here, $10 million for the small business programs. I think we should and can do more.
So that's why we're happy to appear with you today and have these discussions about the funding. As we've discussed, there's still considerable funding available to the county. And we would be very interested in, a specific number or a general discussion, or however you want to proceed on additional funds. One of the things I want to say, although we have some time to, once we obligate the money to actually spend it, you also want to make sure that you can do it in a timely way, and that, we tried to make a judgment call about what we felt we could administer properly and well, and following all the guidance, and, do it exactly right. That's why we came up with the $10 million figure. It's a starting point. But,
Yeah,
we'll take in your input
I
and
appreciate
proceed
that.
from there.
And I appreciate the dialogue and wanting to get our input. I just want to know, the CARES Act money, and this is not what we're here about. I understand that today. It's wonderful that we're going to do what we can now, but that's not going to help the restaurants that are out of business already, that closed their doors. While, $98 million was put in money that, in my opinion, was meant for those restaurants into the budget, so we have a big surplus. But it is what it is, and going forward, we need to, I agree, work together and help as many people and businesses as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator.
All right, Legislator Ford will go next, but I have another question that I neglected to ask a little bit earlier, and that I guess Connell's getting all ready for it. It's for you, right? On the infrastructure, what I'd like to understand better is what categories of spending are permissible. In other words, I know you can do it on water projects and so forth, but can we spend it on roads? Can we spend it on other things that the county needs to do? Because our infrastructure in many ways is crumbling.
The regulations say, of course, that one of the main categories is water, sewer, broadband infrastructure, so that, I think you understand that one.
Yeah, that one's easy.
That one's easy. Regulations also say, to the extent any other infrastructure is generally not an eligible use unless the regulations say that it is, and it's generally pandemic related. For instance, to COVID related partitions, social distancing measures inside a facility. I think it also says that a facility that had been planned but was delayed due to COVID. Also, I think another example is affordable housing and qualified census tracts. So there are certain things that the regulation says are presumed to be responses to the pandemic, but in general, infrastructure other than water, sewer, broadband is not.
So on the water, sewer, broadband, the county generally spends tons of money every year on those categories. Once again, can some of those categories displace some county funding in the future on which we would have to otherwise borrow?
I think the answer is it could. I'll defer to Brian on the policy. Yeah.
Have you considered that as well?
Yes, Legislator, we've already put together our quite extensive laundry list of projects that we believe are eligible, not only on our wastewater treatment facilities, but also other critical infrastructure, whether it's roads or certainly county buildings, even from a COVID response.
So that's going to be in a future fund?
Yes, exactly correct.
Okay, got it. Legislator Ford.
Thank you, that's good to hear. Thank you very much, all of you, for your presentation. I'm probably just going to be bouncing around myself. I just want to ask, with the small businesses, do we also include, like, say, doctor's offices or dental practitioners, or are they something of a different entity?
Yeah, they're considered professional service organizations, and at the current version, which is still in draft, of our new Main Street grant program,
I'm only asking.
we haven't made a final decision on that, Legislator.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, so
Yeah.
maybe if we can, like, take a look at that and maybe try to, because some of them,
Yeah.
they weren't allowed to be open, so
No.
they actually lost.
We actually, with
funding.
the free PPE kits, we had a very big turnout of some of those offices because I think they were open and doing business and needing those materials. So when we look at the list of companies that received those kits, they were heavily in that service category.
Okay. On the ARPA funding, I know that I read in the paper that it's subjected to be taxed. Are we confirming that with Senator Schumer, that money will be a taxable item for the recipients? So that, like they were saying, this is in the paper, so I'm not saying it's true, that, like, if a resident receives $375 after taxes, they would only realize $250.
I don't know whether Katie had that on her to-do list with the senator's office or not, and I don't have an answer to the question on taxability.
I mean, we don't know. I mean, that's what I'm
Right.
saying. They threw it out there.
Yeah,
But
I don't know.
I don't know whether or not we're looking, if that's one of the considerations when you request information from Senator Schumer, if that's something you're going to have clarified.
I'll defer to
Oh,
Katie
sorry,
on that,
Katie.
yeah.
We'll ask that with of the Department of Treasury when we meet with them this week.
Okay, and then also, aside from private homeowners, I don't know how you're going to distribute the money. I guess you have to wait for everything to be answered. But if it is indeed going to go forward so that every STAR recipient will get $375, would they have to apply for it, or do you think it would just be a direct payment to whoever has a STAR application on file?
I believe it's the latter.
Okay, so then, when you think about those who live in condos and co-ops, sometimes their STAR rebate checks I don't know if they go directly to the actual owner of a condo or co-op, or if it goes to the actual association, which then sometimes can use it to offset their property taxes. Are we going to look at that just to see how that will be distributed into these multifamily type of situations?
We'll look into that.
Okay, no, I appreciate it, because I just, I have a lot, and I have other legislators also who have these buildings that may be impacted, and I don't want people calling up. I just want to make sure I know, if they're supposed to get it, that they get it. That's all. I'm just asking as you're looking into everything.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. When we talked about the expansion of the Office of the Aging program, which I think is great, but I was on a call, I guess a group call, a Zoom call, with Commissioner Ryder, and he was talking about the county's efforts to reach out to all of our seniors who live at home, to be able to, so that we know where they are, who they are, whatever, to have information on them. Is this going to be, this funding, the $2.1 million, is that going to be go toward that program, or is that something separate, and this will be used for other aging programs?
Legislator, it's my understanding that that is a separate program. That is a public safety program, and this is in the Office of the Aging department, so they are separate.
Perfect, okay, so that will really expand a lot of help
Yes.
to a lot of the people. All right, thank you very much. I am also going to probably put in a formal request myself for some of the funding, because I know that when we talk about helping some of our communities, we have been advocating to get a WIC center down in the city of Long Beach, so I probably will be sending a formal request in regard with this funding in the hopes that it would be able to help establish it. And, I know Legislator Capella and I have spoken about the Pete Sobel Center in Inwood. That is something that could very well serve a large population of those that are in great need. And, we had requested and had hospital take a look at maybe establishing a center, a medical center type of thing, operation down there. And I think the cost, probably at that time, they estimated to be $15 million. So I'm hoping that at some point we'll be able to have a discussion, whether or not in this funding or future funding, to be able to provide something to go there, because I know Pete Sobel is looking down at me, probably saying, keep at it, Denise, because this is something that he truly, truly wanted. And I think that if we could fulfill his dream, it'll help so many people in that area. And then, I'm not going to ask that. Okay, so now I'm going to go to my favorite topic, I think, in all of this, and I'm looking at you, Brian, because you knew I was going to bring this up. Okay, so, I think it's wonderful that we're looking at the water infrastructure, because we're both on the same page in a lot of this. And I know that when you talked about with Water Vision and the multi-year program, and I know that we had worked on committees with Dr. Sarah Mayland.
Correct.
Will some of her recommendations, her ideas, and some of her programs be adopted into any of this? Because I know that she's still waiting for New York State approval for the compact, I know, to deal with water conservation and regeneration here in Nassau and Suffolk County. But I just want to know, are we also bringing her ideas as well and considering them with this program.
Yes, legislator, so that was my cheat sheet in dealing with conversations with Professor Malin and her group. So many, if not all, the ideas that are laid out in the Water Vision Plan are incorporated into this, long-term, multi-year, comprehensive water conservation plan. So the answer to that would be yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm absolutely thrilled to hear that, because I know that, for me, she is my water expert, aside from you, of course. And, she really has put her heart and soul into a lot of this, and having sat in the committees that she had, and we had a couple of legislators that also sat in some of the
Correct.
presentations, so we know how dire it is and
And-
how important it is that we start.
Right, and not
really
to
focusing on-
interrupt, so that there is, as part of the groundwater sustainability study with the USGS, there is a water conservation subcommittee, which she and I are on, and we made this presentation to that subcommittee last week. So I think it's out there now in the in the atmosphere, and it's going to be considered. I think the bottom line is that a water conservation plan will need to be adopted by this board at some point. Probably within the next year, as these initiatives are being vetted out.
And will we be able to give her some sort of funding for the programs? I know that when she was talking about setting up a system, like one of the issues they had was some sort of funding. Would we be able to provide any funding for her through this?
Yeah, well, through this initiative, we're recommending $6 million out of ARPA to fund this multi-year, at least the first through 2026, to fund the initiatives that were laid out in this Water Vision Plan, which I can share with the legislature.
Would love to hear it at a later date.
Sure.
So then I'm hoping then next year for the 2022, when we get the 2022 funding, that maybe we can
Yep.
carve out some more money.
Yeah, well, the plan lays out year-by-year expenditures and recommendations for specific initiatives on advancing the water conservation plan. Again, it's in the Water Vision Plan, which we can share.
Makes me happy. But, all right, my last thing is the septic system, the
Yep.
septic grant program. And I just want to put it on record. I know we
Sure.
had a discussion, only because of, the fact that Point Lookout is still on their septic systems, and a lot of the people probably need to get new systems. But they are not necessarily, are they entitled to apply, or?
Yeah, well, we've had this discussion. So the septic replacement grant program is open to anybody in the county. It's since Nassau County is a sole source aquifer, that really is the eligibility requirement. The Point Lookout folks, basically 600 homes and businesses are on on-site septics there. We already have a grant program to start designing the improvements that are going to be necessary. So that study is going to be, the goal there is to get everyone connected to the central sewage treatment plant in Long Beach. So it's not going to be necessary to replace your failing system with an updated one, because it's going to be obsolete after we connect everyone anyway. So we didn't want to publicize that, oh yes, Point Lookout folks, let's apply, because it really,
Right, it wouldn't make that
it
much
wouldn't
sense.
make much sense.
But considering that we're going to, basically through the program, give up to $10,000 to the residents in the North Shore to get an upgraded septic system, which doesn't cover the full cost. But is there any way of carving out any of this money to set aside for the 600 residents in Point Lookout, so that there's funding available for them when they have to connect to the sewer? Because they're going to have to pay.
Oh, for connection fees? It's something we can discuss as a potential future, phase of payments.
Right, okay. I'm hoping, because I know even with the federal government, with their infrastructure, because aside from this money that we're getting, there also is infrastructure money that President Biden has.
Well, there are discussions right now on an
Right.
infrastructure bill that
Right.
is, meandering its way through.
I know.
Yeah, so that we haven't actually seen, although, from a DPW standpoint, we've already put together what we feel are good stimulus-type infrastructure projects, which we've shared with the legislature as well. So, yeah, I think there's going to definitely be additional monies coming from Washington.
All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you very much. I'm a little torn because I was hoping to actually see more of a plan today. It seems as though what we're getting is more of a budget as opposed to a detailed plan, because ultimately how and where the money is going to be spent, what the criteria are, is ultimately important. The devil's in the details. Because ultimately for each individual legislator here, not only is the good and welfare of the entire county our concern, but ultimately I want to know, what are my residents eligible to get? What are my businesses in my district eligible to receive? How do I get that information out there? And what we have kind of is a $62.9 million plan of what our goals are, as opposed to how it is that we're going to get there. So the first question is, let's say we do approve this on Monday. Does this come back to us once you have those specifics?
I would think that we're putting funding in place that will have strings attached to this body, so that anything that we're planning on doing, whether it be a contract or payment to somebody, will have to come back through you with
Right,
certain criteria.
Yeah, that's with respect to a specific contract. But if, for example, you decide to move forward with the Boost Nassau program and the grants for Main Street small businesses for $10,000 each, once you determine what businesses will be eligible for that program, do those criteria come back to us? I mean, let's say you decide that you're only going to give those grants to, to businesses in the North Shore, as theoretically you might be doing for the grants for septic systems, even though everyone may be eligible. That's what they've been speaking about. I obviously would have a problem with that. Small businesses in my area have problems as well. 1 in 6 small businesses across Nassau County closed as a result of the pandemic, and we're trying to make sure it's not 2 out of every 6. That's the whole point of this. Does that come back to us at some point in time? Because I have a hard time saying, okay, here's the concept, go run with it. Especially since in light of what happened with the CARES Act money, when we do that, we're not always very happy with the results. So
I think the short answer is that any program we do will be absolutely countywide. There's no chance we would do something where we direct. I know you were probably being a little, trying to distinguish. I think that we're still reviewing with County Attorney's Office some of the details of how we're going to launch some of these programs. If they require a contract with a vendor who's going to administer the program for us, then we would be bringing that contract back to you, and it would have some level of detail, just like the CDBG contracts do. There's some level of detail of what the program is, and then you're approving it. But we do need to have some flexibility within our administration of these funds so that we're not slowing things down. So where possible, we may be looking to move forward with either existing vendors that the county has and developing those criteria, working closely with those agencies. So I think there's a mixture, and we've done pretty well so far. I actually think we have a pretty good track record, the administration, of rolling out programs and getting the resources out. And actually, to that end, I actually want to correct something for the record regarding the restaurant grant program. Special Assistant for Economic Development sent me a little text, Kendra Armstead. She's been dealing with a lot of these small businesses and restaurants, and she reminded me that because we decided to give the resources to only full-service restaurants, which again were the ones that were extremely hard hit. They had to show they had a permit with the county. We didn't allow franchises and so sort of the bigger businesses to take the grants. The universe of small restaurants, right, in the county was 1,256 restaurants that were qualified under, So we think, based on the numbers we have of restaurants that would have been eligible, and 250 grants. So it's about 1 in 5, which is a much better statistic than the number I gave Legislator Ferretti earlier. So I wanted to correct that for you.
I think, and not
for the record.
not to speak for Legislator Ferretti, but I think that the overall point that we're trying to make is that we had the opportunity to be able to do more.
I understand.
And that opportunity was denied to us because of information that we received that resulted in, essentially $78 million that could have been put out into businesses and could have gone in direct payments to residents, could have gone towards PPE, could have gone towards a variety of other acceptable COVID-related uses, is now sitting in a county bank account someplace, as opposed to it going out there because the administration made the decision they were going to use it to pay salaries and benefits. My goal in all of this is to make sure that mistake does not happen again. And I'm concerned because it sounds as though, just as with the $375 payment to residents that was promised by the county executive not more than a month ago, and now all of a sudden, we're going to seek the guidance, just like this plan apparently, because at least the testimony I've heard today, no one has actually spoken with the Treasury Department to actually make sure that any of these ideas or programs that we have that we're now allocating $62.9 million to actually is an acceptable use, according to the Treasury Department. I'm just concerned that we're going to find out now after the fact and have to make excuses as to why it is the money's not going where it was intended. Shouldn't we have asked those questions before, as we were in the process of developing this plan, so that we knew what was being presented and what we were allocating money to was actually an acceptable use? Because now, from my standpoint, we've allocated $62.9 million. What happens if $10 million of those dollars aren't acceptable uses? Well, now all of a sudden there's $10 million floating around out there that can be used for other things that may theoretically not come back to this legislature if you could find it within an already approved allocation. So, I mean, it's just, we all want to get benefits into people's hands as quickly as possible. I wish that was kind of the motivation last year that we were dealing with the CARES Act funding, but that already happened. There's nothing I can do about that at this point. I just feel as though we should have been better organized and had a better idea for our presentation today as to the money that we're planning on spending, how exactly it was going to be spent, and whether or not that intention was going to be approved by the Treasury Department when push comes to shove. Just in terms of, for example, the Boost Nassau Main Street Small Business Grant Program, it allocates $10 million for the retail sector. What exactly is included in the retail sector? What businesses does that make up?
So we're still developing the exact parameters of the program, as I mentioned to you.
Okay.
I believe it will not include the professional services. Again, we're trying to learn from the other programs that are out there. As I mentioned earlier, there's $800 million from the state of New York. So what we're doing is sort of comparing what they're providing resources to, looking at our own small businesses in Nassau County and trying to make some logical choices. So, there may be some subcategory of businesses that can apply for both, but we want to maximize the resources available. I don't think the number 10 million is too much, sir. I think that, I think you're going to say it maybe isn't enough, but I can guarantee you that we will develop a program that makes sense for the Nassau County businesses, that tries to encompass as many of them as we can. And then, we will proceed from there. And as I mentioned, if we need a contract that has a vendor, we would bring that before you, before we manage the program.
No, I understand that. It's just, if I go out and I'm speaking tonight at a Chamber of Commerce, and I can say, hey, you know what, we allocated $10 million toward the Boost Nassau Main Street Small Business Grant Program, and businesses that are sitting there say, hey, that's fantastic, how do I apply?
So I have a draft of a program, and one we've already made available to some of the businesses through CDBG CV funding. And we feel that it was appropriate to come to the legislature, ensure you felt that there should be a $10 million program for small businesses before we finalize the details of what that program looks like. I think that's a fair approach for the county executive's office to take. because maybe you would have said, we don't want to do this. So for now, we've been funding a small business grant program already, as I mentioned, which was expanded from the restaurant grant program using existing CDBG funding. That's CB funding. That's just about all tapped out.
Well, what criteria are you using now?
Now, we shifted from the CDBG CV criteria, which said you had to have been saving one low mod income job, and now we're using ARP criteria to say that the business has to show us that they've been hard hit by the pandemic, that they were in operations after March 1st of 2020, before March 1st of 2020, and that they're going to use the expenses for going forward costs, because that's, again, the restriction in ARP is that it has to be used for going forward costs. So we've incorporated our ARP requirements into what we were doing under the CDBG CV for this interim period until you allocate the funds. And once you allocate the funds and we know that they're going to be there, we will finalize our applications. And we will absolutely share that information with the county legislature, because we're going to want you to have those conversations with your constituents and your small businesses and tell them about this grant program.
So is this grant program essentially for resiliency based on those criteria? I mean, is there anything within this to allow businesses to be able to recruit for losses that they sustain as a result of being closed for 3 months, or as a result of not being online? I mean, what exactly are we, because that's a real challenge.
Mm-hmm. It's all pandemic related, and the rules say that the costs have to have been incurred beginning March 3rd, 2021. So March 3rd, 2021 forward was when the costs have to have been incurred. Some of their presumptions that the rule says you can presume these are costs, but in general, that's the rule.
So under the guidance that you've received from the federal government so far, with respect to the American Recovery Plan, you would not be able to reimburse to small businesses rental payments that they had to make on their leases during the period of time that they were closed?
Again, it has to be March 3rd, 2021 and forward.
But that's part of the federal guidelines. That's not a criteria that we've established.
That's the federal guideline.
And who made the determination, or how was the determination made that $10,000 per eligible business was an appropriate amount? Was that run through the economic recovery?
We have had conversations about both the restaurant recovery grant program and then this new iteration of the small business grant program, and just they've been more general than that. But the $10,000 figure is actually fairly standard. That's what the state of New York is doing as well. And again, we can adjust if there's additional funding made available by the legislature at some other date, or if we see that this is being used, we're going to have additional funding coming in through ARP even into next year. And so I would envision where that we think we may be able to put additional resources into this later. But for now, we felt that $10,000 was a good marker.
Do we know that for most, I know we're relying upon what other agencies do, what other governmental entities do. Do we know that $10,000 for the average small business is going to make a long-term difference for them?
I think we know that it's a shot in the arm for them, sir, and I think we feel it's a good number to hit. And that's what I'm going to say. We have talked to many, many businesses. The restaurants gobbled up the $10,000, obviously. And I think that, no pun intended on the gobbling, but I think that these funds are clearly used. Could it be a higher figure? Certainly. But at the same time, we're balancing out what Legislator Ferretti pointed out, which is how many businesses there are we want to try to reach. So that's a balancing act there, of course, sir. You could give $50,000 to each one, but then you can give that many fewer businesses. So we felt that a $10 million program was a good place to start at $10,000 a piece. And so, we're comfortable with that, and we hope you'll approve it.
But you're going to be helping roughly 1,000,
roughly 1,000 businesses, exactly.
But it's basically
it's
1,000
roughly
businesses.
It's roughly 1,000 business. I'm not great at math either, and would I love to have more and do more? Absolutely. I think we're just trying to prioritize what we think we can manage and what we think we can do well. And again, as I said, finalizing the criteria to make sure everything is ARP eligible, and an application process that's simplified and straightforward and makes it easy for businesses to apply and get the money, which we did do successfully with the restaurant grant. So,
do we know what the total universe of retail sector businesses are?
I do have that figure. I think it's in the retail sector, well, the universe is larger, of 50 employees or less. So we're talking, sort of the smaller businesses. I think it's 5,000 in the retail sector and 3,000 restaurants, so 8,000.
Okay. So roughly, we're looking through this to help about an eighth of those businesses.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can ask, in that Rescue Grant Recovery Program, of the 250, was it 250, 275 businesses? Restaurants, 275. Right?
So I think it was over 250, and I don't know if we hit 275.
Okay. Whatever that number is,
Mm-hmm.
somewhere in the 250 to 275 range, do we know how many of those businesses are still open?
Oh, as far as I know, they all are, but I can get that information for you.
Okay.
There's actually a lot of relationships developed through that program with through the vendor, National Development Council, that managed that for us. They're still keeping track of those businesses. In some cases, those businesses were not only received a restaurant recovery grant, but they also received a PPP loan. It was actually a very useful, because the consultant really worked with some of these businesses and helped them get whatever assistance they could get, not just the restaurant grant.
Which actually, you mentioned loans, so it sort of brings me to my next question, which was the Boost Nassau Small Business Loan Program.
Yep.
Why are we're receiving the money from the federal government, right? It's no cost to
Mm-hmm.
county taxpayers. Why are we using that money to fund a loan program? Right? Why aren't we giving out more grants, and why are we looking to get money back?
So we're not actually looking to get money back to the county. We would be looking to create a fund that sort of self-administers and then puts money back into additional loans going forward. So as you know, under the Federal CARES Act and through this New York Forward, there were creation of many loans that were available. And the county actually funded one such program called Boost Nassau, using the New York Forward program. And the idea of a loan, right, is it's not just a shot in the arm we just discussed of the $10,000 here or $5,000 there. You give someone a loan, it's working capital. It allows them to grow. And this is something we've actually looked at from an economic development perspective even before the pandemic. And we feel that the pandemic and these ARP funds provide us an opportunity to do that. So we're looking to give them funding for not just today, but it's for tomorrow. So they would be having working capital to help them grow, maybe bring back some employees, and also stabilize themselves over the longer term. And if it's underwritten properly, which it would be using a vendor, and the county's not going to be doing this ourselves, we would hire a vendor to do this, it'll help them revitalize their businesses, and then because it's a loan, the money would come back. We are looking at very low interest. I think the New York Forward program was a 3% interest. And we've been speaking to folks about offering a 1%. Like, we're going to try to get that as low as we possibly can, but getting that 1% back allows you to then fund the next business in 2 years or 4 years. And, some of the estimations is if we do this right, we may have funding in this loan program, for a decade or more.
No, I certainly understand the concept, and I understand the need for it. What I'm having difficulty understanding is why are we using COVID money to create it when we have that $78 million surplus from last year? Why aren't we?
No comment. I think the county, that money, and again, this is outside my vertical, but I'm just going to say that we paid for county expenses, including to essential personnel in the midst of a pandemic. And now we're at a different stage in the process, which is allowing us to use new funding that is coming in, and we're directing it towards a series of uses. And
I understand
that's all.
that, and part of my discussion here is to analyze whether the series of uses and the priorities that you've established
absolutely
fall in line with what our vision is for how that money should be used. And I can raise the same question with respect to the septic program with Brian. I know it's an acceptable use under COVID. I know that it's an important use, no question about it. But if there's a budgetary way for us to be able to access money that we already have to pay for it outside of COVID funds, why don't we use that money to be able to create it, which frees up more COVID money to provide direct assistance? So, and I might as well ask that now, Brian. I mean, has there been any discussion as to whether we can be using surplus money that probably should have been used for COVID-related expenses last year to create that septic tank program.
Yeah, well,
And which would enable us to be able to
Sure.
dedicate, $8 million more to veterans, or $8 million more to a business grant program.
Right.
Or, pay for some direct assistance to residents, or a rental relief program.
Legislator, if I may just interject here.
Sure.
I don't know if local finance law allows us to take our surplus money and give it out in the form of a grant or anything like that.
I'm not suggesting that.
But I think we're restricted based on the boundaries that the state has defined to us as far as local finance law. I don't think I can take surplus money and give it to a loan program or give it to a septic program. I don't think I can do that, so.
We have the ability, though, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, didn't we do that with respect to sprinklers, to water sprinklers? Create a grant program funded through the county budget?
We did, but that was, I would say that program was paid out of operating funds where we didn't take surplus from prior years and roll it forward into another program. So in other words, it was the use of operating funds. I don't believe that we can do it, and I will get back and check on that, but, I don't believe it's an acceptable form under finance law to do
I
that.
wish you would, because that actually plays some role in how we would make decisions with respect to the things that are included in this plan, for example. Because if there's a way for us to be able to provide more direct assistance that doesn't have to be repaid to residents, or to businesses with respect to the loan program, or if there's another way to pay for a valuable septic system replacement program that doesn't use COVID funds, which frees up more money for veterans or for any one of the other enumerated uses that we have as part of this plan, I'd love to be able to do that.
I'll check into that and get back to you, okay?
All right. I appreciate it. And with respect to the Boost Nassau Resource Center, and I believe Deputy County Executive Rose Latterman had referenced that, right? We've got $500,000 that we're allocating towards.
That's under mine.
Oh, that's you? I'm
Yep,
sorry.
that's okay.
I apologize.
No
I
worries.
apologize.
It's fine.
$500,000 that we're allocating, I guess, towards staff for this resource center in Eisenhower Park.
It's actually broader than just for staff. We are bringing on, we actually already have brought on 3, but are looking to hire a few more temporary seasonal employees to staff the center. There's 3 new employees in there right now. They're fantastic. But we're also looking, including in that, any other expenses of the office, such as if they want to have the language access line, there's a cost to that. So we're trying to hire as many multilingual employees as we can, but there are costs to the language access line. So we're including that in there. We're also looking to do possibly a campaign, an ad campaign. I'm not sure if you were here when I discussed it, to let folks know that this resource is available. So we might take an ad out in Newsday or do a radio ad or something like that. So we put in some additional expenses to the Boost Nassau Center.
Obviously, you heard from Eric Alexander today from Main Street Alliance, who spoke about the fact that those sort of traditional ways that we go about advertising our programs
May not
leave
work.
a whole bunch of people out. I mean, has there been any discussion about trying to get people out into communities, perhaps using social media a little bit more within on business pages, which is a low-cost way of being able to advertise?
Absolutely.
But actually making a broader reach to get into individual communities and send somebody out door to door, for example, to let businesses.
Absolutely. And if, if you approve this, we would look to potentially hire some additional temporary employees. We absolutely are going to be getting the word out there. Our outreach offices, we've included another $1 million in this package, which we've mentioned and discussed earlier, so I don't want to repeat myself, but we'd be looking for partnerships with folks like Legislator Bino referenced the Urban League, with Hofstra University, with, I know Mr. Alexander's position is it can't be top-down, so we need to find a way to embrace the local, very local organizations as long as they're eligible. I mean, we always have to go back to this question of whether our eligibility, whether they're the type of organization that can get the funding. So, for instance, some of the chambers of commerce may be eligible. We can give a grant, where we can, we're going to give a direct grant to them to help us with outreach. If not, we're going to back up a step and do the Nassau Council of Chambers because we know they're an eligible nonprofit under ARP. So we are absolutely trying to get the word out in as broad a way as we can. Some will be by our own employees. Some will be by these temporary employees, some of whom they're young, so they're much younger than I am and know a lot about social media and are already getting very creative around how we can utilize social media to get the word out about these programs into some of our very hard-hit communities. So we're excited to have some new and very energized staff members over at the Booth Center working with Dr. Williams. So,
Well, how many employees is going to be hired, or will be hired by that 500,000?
so right now we have 4 PRFs that are circulating. So 3 have been hired and there's 1 additional. That's all for right now. But like I said, the $500,000 is a more broad-based support for that office, which could include some of the advertising and promotional activities that I described before.
And I guess my question is, how much are those 4 individuals going to be able to do? I mean, if we are talking about trying to create partnerships, we're actually getting out
right. So
an
some
actual
of
street level.
Right. So some of this we're
interaction with
going to be issuing grants to I'm just going to, again, I don't want to say top down. I know some folks think of a Hofstra as too big a top down, but they have a tremendous entrepreneurship program. They have some very talented people that do outreach, that we're looking to spend $1 million to get the word out on our programs, help us with better materials, utilizing very trusted county partners in academia, in the business world, in the nonprofit sector to help us get the word out about these programs. So it's a multifaceted program to support our business community and our nonprofits through the Boost Nassau Center. So it's not any one thing, legislator.
Okay. It's just I'm concerned about the statistics that were, and I certainly don't question them, that were raised by Mr. Alexander. I hope I'm quoting them correctly. If 4 out of 5 businesses didn't know that they were eligible for some of the recovery programs that existed last year, I'm just concerned, are we creating these programs to only help a handful of businesses?
I hope not, and I hope we're going to work collaboratively with Mr. Alexander and everyone else here to make sure that we get the word out.
Because if the reason that we're not getting broader participation is because businesses simply don't know, that would be a shame.
Yeah, throughout the pandemic, we had a series of webinars. We used our outreach offices. We translated. Farrah Mazzawala's department had translated some of the state programs and some of the even our own county program. They translated how you can apply for a grant or a loan into Mandarin, and it was posted up on the OAA website. I don't have the statistics in front of me, but Farrah can surely provide them of the many, many, many hits and views on how to apply for the PPP and how to apply for the Boost Nassau loan and how to get a restaurant grant. So we'll do more of that, and we can step up those efforts, but they are ongoing, and it is, like I said, multifaceted, involving our outreach offices and any other new partners we can contract with for that purpose.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
With respect to workforce development, this seems particularly vague on details as to one, who would qualify, how it would be administered. We do have our own community college. We have our own BOCES programs, so that sort of would be a natural channel to assist. We do have a significant number of people who lost jobs as a result of the pandemic, may not be in industries that they may not be able to go back to. What is the plan for spending that $10 million, separate and apart from, we really didn't get very many details on how it would actually be done.
I think that's a fair point, legislator, and I think you've hit on exactly what we're planning to do. We did start a few workforce development initiatives actually using the CDBG CV funding. One was with Nassau Community College, where we provided them with assistance so they could retrain folks to re-enter the healthcare profession. It was very successful. They had a very diverse pool of students that they trained in that regard. So we actually plan to convene a group soon. We've spoken already with Maddie Arasich from the building trades, John Durso, who's on the Economic Advisory Council in terms of the trades and the apprenticeship opportunities. We'd be looking to I've spoken with BOCES, Nassau Community College. Actually, Nassau Community College serves on the EAC, so President Jermaine Williams is aware that we're putting this money aside and very anxious to sit down and talk to us about some more specifics on this plan. And as I've mentioned, we would bring any necessary contracts or agreements, to you to review. So this one is a broad brush, I will admit, and I think that it needs some planning. We're going to have to put some team members behind getting it right.
Well, there's a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We know that enrollment at the college, for example, is down. It's a way for us to be able to boost enrollment, to offer these programs through the college. So, I would just like to see us move forward with it a little more quickly. Sure. If we can.
Well, if we know you're keen on it, then that makes it a lot easier for us to move forward.
And the other question with all of these programs is that take a look, for example, at we gave $650,000 back in October so that we would be able to assist individuals who were shut in, so that we would be able to provide meals and assistance to them. As of our last inquiry in February, March, that program was only starting to roll out at that point. How quickly do we plan on getting these things moving? When are we actually going to get, assuming this is approved on Monday, what's the timetable? And I know it's different for each program, but what's the goal of the administration to actually get money into the hands of businesses, get money into the hands of, well, we're not talking about getting money into the hands of residents right now. We got to find out about that. When are we actually going to be able to put these programs into practice? Do we have any?
So on the small
idea?
business grant program, we can move pretty quickly on that one. Like I said, we have an infrastructure already in place to do that one relatively quickly. The others, I really can't comment on right now. I think the workforce development will take a little more time.
Sure.
But
that is understandable. And with respect to the Veteran Support Program, I noticed that only $1 million was allocated towards the Veteran Support Programs. Do you know and I believe you indicated that all of our services are provided by outside agencies, that we actually have, not that we don't provide any assistance to veterans, that's not what I'm implying,
Okay.
but that the broader outreach programs are done through other agencies. Do we know what those agencies provide, and is $1 million enough funding to be able to reach our veterans?
Well, Legislator, we do know we do know the veteran service, the veteran agencies that are out there, the nonprofits. The VSA works with them all the time. And they all, of course, have their individual missions, and so referrals are made to them based on the needs of the veteran and the agency, what service the agencies can provide. So we do recognize them. They have been identified, at least the ones that we know of. We recognize that there may be others out there that we don't have working relationships with. So we're going to be inviting them in to apply and tell us what they do and how they do it and what they can provide, and evaluate each application as it comes in.
Given the volume of the need among the veterans community, I guess I'm questioning whether $1 million is ultimately going to make a significant difference.
I think that it will make.
Should we not be devoting more to that?
I think that it will make a difference. It's a starting place. We don't fund these agencies. Many of them have been unable to do their normal fundraising, so we are looking to at least start there and see what their needs are, and certainly can evaluate them, as we go forward. This is just a beginning and the start for us, and we'll evaluate the need as it presents itself through the applications. There may be agencies that will need more funding, and that's when we'll be coming back to you and asking you for additional funds if those needs arise.
And does this apply to VFWs, American Legion Halls, Jewish War Veteran organizations? Are we providing some level of assistance to them directly, or is this has nothing to do with it?
Well, the VSA, I'm going to defer that question to Connell, because I believe he is prepared to answer or has some information that will speak to this.
Thank you. The county executive, I believe, sent a letter to the presiding officer regarding the question raised by the presiding officer and another legislator regarding VFWs and some other groups, fraternal organizations, cultural organizations. And in that response, I believe that, is that the county is the administration is looking to expand the available uses for veterans, VFWs, and halls that we hope are eligible for the funding. Unfortunately, we're dealing with the regulation talks about nonprofits being 501c3s, and our understanding is VFWs are probably not organized themselves as 501c3s. They may have a foundation, an arm as a 501c3. And the same with fraternal organizations. So that's one area we are going to explore further with the Treasury Department to try to get that, because I believe it's only in the rule and not in the law about that limitation on nonprofits. But my understanding is the administration is looking to expand, certainly in the next batch of money, as much, as possible to expand it to beyond the 501c3 limitation.
Okay. And once we get that guidance, when do we anticipate coming back to the legislature, or do we?
Well, I guess we may not need to, in the sense that if the $1 million hasn't all been allocated, that it was put in for the Kyle's programs, right? We could just start funding them without any further process. We would only have to come back to you if we need additional resources. But again, this was a narrow question that we were, surprised to learn about, but it is what it is. But we want to get to yes. We're absolutely determined to try to help these organizations as much as we can. And some of them, we were able to do one of, there was a for Knights of Columbus, I think in Belmore, where they actually had employees that did catering. So they were technically eligible for the restaurant grant program. So where we have been able to, we have tried to lean in to get to yes. It's just that the ARPA funding is very specific of what they mean by a nonprofit.
Understood. And what's the timetable for the administration's plan on the remainder of the funding? Obviously, the $100 million for the direct payments to residents is still up in the air. But again, by my rather poor math, that still means we've got about $30 million or so that's left unallocated. So when do we anticipate hearing some sort of plan for that?
I think we actually wanted to hear from all of you, and then we'll take it from there. We do not have a specific timeline for the remainder of that funding.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tom?
Yeah, just a few questions. Just going back to the Boost NASA Main Street Recovery Grant Program, I was actually looking at the portal, and it indicates that the deadline to apply were June 1st of this year to July 31st of this year. I was wondering if you contemplate that'll be enough time for us to get the details out to the program and get a response to that.
So that's actually up that way specifically because, as I mentioned, we're funding it right now with CDBG CV money, and we expect it'll pretty well be done and allocated and all gone within the next month or so. Based on the applications, as I mentioned, there were some already in the pool. The bagel shop that wasn't eligible for a full-out restaurant grant, our vendor kept those applications and is right now processing for a Main Street grant because they are eligible now. So that's why we have that limited window up on the portal. But as soon as we know, that you've allocated the $10 million and we have our final criteria for the applications, we'll adjust that.
Thank you. And just when you're talking about the NASA Boost loan program, I know you contemplated, using that money and refunding it and using it to perpetuate, I guess, other expenditures which can be done with that. I'm just curious if the ARPA puts the deadline in 2024 as when we're going to do the application, is it contemplated we're going to be able to reuse that money up until that date, or can that money be used as a reserve fund beyond that date for other types of needs?
So I would think I'll let attorneys and budget people respond here. If we allocate money to a loan program that's then tied into a contract and there's an actual program that we're running, that program could run past the deadline as long as the money has been allocated and appropriated. That's how I would view that.
And as long as it's used up by 2026, if I'm correct, the way the regs
But I think
come
a
out.
loan program could last longer, in theory.
I have not looked at that issue.
Yeah, but we have to look at
I have not looked at that issue.
I know that the vendor that we were working with on the Boost NASA loan program believed that you could build the loan program and then it would live longer than the deadlines here. But that was not a legal opinion. It was more of a business opinion.
All right. Just when you look at the guidance which comes from the Department of Treasury regarding the uses for the funds, I note that the first use that they indicate in the guidance was support public health response, which includes services to mitigate and contain COVID-19, but also behavioral health care services, mental health, substance abuse treatment, and expenses along those lines. And just so I know, right now we have $10 million allocated for health and social services. Is it contemplated, or it could be perhaps money directed towards the NASA University Medical Center for some of those needs?
No, we did not anticipate that the medical center would be included in those as an applicant there.
Is the medical center being contemplated for other types of needs for the rest of the funds that are still out there?
I don't have an answer for you on that. I do know that they are eligible in and of themselves as a hospital, so I don't have information about that, but certainly can get back to you and let you know what plans or what monies are available to the hospital under the recovery plan.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bynum? Let me find out how much longer we have. We might. By all means.
We can
go,
stay.
Go for it. How long would you leave? How long would you like? 5 minutes. Okay, we're going back in session. Anyone who wants to, any legislators who are still interested, please come back. The panel. And as soon as we have people seated, Legislator Bino.
Thank you.
Legislator Bino, before you get started, I'm just going to find DCE louder in case you need her.
Do you have questions for the others?
Yeah, Katie, in the interest of time, I'll just move on. I'll start and then. Good afternoon. In the interest of time, I'm going to eliminate some of my, I have about 12 questions here, so I'll eliminate. So Brian, you're off the hook. I'll bother you later. But I'll start, DC Simmons, with you. I want to talk a little bit about the Boost Center. So I just have a real quick question about that. What does transportation into the park look like? I mean, is there a nice bus that runs through the Eisenhower
That's
Park?
a good question. I don't know if nice runs through the park. Does anyone know that answer? I don't think.
But I know there is a stop right at the front entrance to the park, I think right on Hempstead Turnpike, and it has to be one on Merrick Avenue over there. So I think there is access. I don't think there's direct access, but I know there are
And then it's
routes.
Field 6. I used
It's-
to, I
oh,
used
yeah.
to play softball there, but I
So
don't
it's
remember.
it's Field 6. It's the
I don't
former
remember
women's.
how far that is into the park, but obviously you know where I'm going with this,
yes,
right?
it's
My
how we're going to get
concern is
people
that-
there who
yeah,
can't drive.
And
Right.
right now you're serving the folks that are
That's right.
looking for rent assistance, who potentially, business owner who might think might have transport, but right now when you're talking about at the resident level, I'm not sure that we're going to have the most convenient way for them to.
I should
reach us.
have clarified then, legislator. They don't have to make an appointment just to come in. The appointments can be made for a conversation on the phone.
Okay.
So we absolutely, and as well as on the specific rental assistance program, the county's program is still being run by CDCLI, which handles everything, including outreach to the community, but also intake and eligibility and pushing checks out. But so we can certainly, anyone who needs assistance can get so on the phone.
Good.
Whatever they can't find on the computer itself, on the internet, and here's click here and get that, they can make a phone call and talk to us.
All right, but interested still to
Absolutely.
understand the distance between the actual field and transportation, because if somebody's really pressed or feels like they want to come to the center or have a need, I think we need to understand the accessibility.
I also think Legislator Ford had a great idea about taking the Boost Center a little bit on the road and doing some programs at libraries and working with you
Pop-ups.
to identify some pop-up locations. And I think Dr. Williams and her team have already started to think about that.
That's a good idea by Legislator Ford. So when we talk about the rental assistance program that's being managed by CDCLI, are they also utilizing that funding for utility assistance?
I don't believe the county's program covered utility because it was under CDBG rules, and it was only for rent arrears. I'm quite sure of that, but the new federal pot of rental assistance money absolutely includes utilities, and it covers as well as 12 months of rent. It can even be higher if someone shows that they're eligible. So when you combine those two, you end up, if we can get folks getting both pots of money, then they will have some utilities covered.
Just from my past experience,
It's a big thing.
that if people aren't paying their rent, they're most certainly struggling with utilities.
Absolutely.
They're not paying those either. So I think this program pool of money should include utility assistance. And so, we identify the renter who's in trouble, but what about the homeowner who's, struggling to pay taxes or foreclosure? Are we utilizing any of that money to assist those individuals?
As of right now, no. That's the separate homeowner assistance program that the county executive announced that was the subject of some discussion today. But there's no other program at this point for, mortgage costs or things like that.
Could you, I must have missed that announcement. Can you help me with that information?
Oh,
So
that-
we currently have a foreclosure?
No, I'm
initiative?
saying we don't. We do not have,
Oh,
yeah.
so we need to. There's got to be folks out there that are struggling, not everybody who was unemployed was a renter. We had some folks that are homeowners that need help. We need to look at assisting in that vein, utility and foreclosure assistance, and potentially some tax arrears that folks might be under. Okay, and then I'm gonna switch, and I'm gonna hit on a topic that Legislator McKevitt did. The hospital and A. Holly Patterson, in my reading, they're definitely eligible for assistance. And we know they're struggling, and we know that we need that entity to survive, right? We understand the vital role that they played during the pandemic, so I don't know why that would not have been an item that we're looking at, but we should be looking at assisting the hospital. Legislator McKevitt and I both sit on that council, and we're keenly aware of their distress, so I'd like to see if we can move some money into that line item. And then I want to go to, all right, so let me start dealing with the disparities and the disproportionate impacts of COVID in certain communities. I know that there's a significant amount of flexibility on how you can use money in those communities that were disproportionately affected. I don't want to throw money at a problem that we may not have a full idea of what the problem is. Has there been any studies conducted regarding the disproportionate, the communities that were disproportionately affected by COVID and how we could use money in those communities? I heard earlier that there was surveys that were done in terms of business. I understood that was the framework in terms of business. But did we do any surveying of our not-for-profit communities to determine specifically, because I also learned today that we don't have any engagements with entities that could assist in the disproportionate impacts and the social
Social determinants of health.
There you go. Thank
Yes.
you. So did we survey to find out what the needs are and how, any kind of study, anything, so that we're just not throwing, the money at the problem, but really investing in solutions?
Legislator, we are in the middle of that now. We have in the room Director of Health Equity, Dr. Andrea Alt-Brutus, who is participating in one of the nonprofits, so she could probably speak to this directly about the survey that is underway right now. I'd ask her to step up and perhaps lend some information to this discussion.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Andrea Alt-Brutus. I'm the Director of Health Equity at the Nassau County Department of Health. And we are currently working with a vendor and a local community-based organization on a study looking at barriers people faced at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. So specifically, we're looking at barriers to access to testing, to healthcare related to COVID-19, but also long-standing barriers related to health equity in vulnerable communities throughout Nassau County.
Okay, and when do we expect that study would be complete?
Yes, so it started in March of this year, and it's slated to be completed in May of next year, 2022. But we are hoping to also have iterative findings to share with the public throughout the process. So what we don't anticipate giving the findings at the very end, but as soon as we get findings that can be useful for planning and for strategy purposes, we will release those findings.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be important. I mean, we're talking about, utilizing this funds, and we only have about $30 million that's left over. And as far as I understand it, you know, this ARP funding is really supposed to drive a considerable amount of that money is supposed to drive into those communities that are disproportionately affected. And we know that they're straight throughout the county. So that's going to be, I don't know if there's any way to expedite that, but
Yeah, I wish there was. I mean, we have two phases of this study. So the first phase is this summer, where we're going to be looking at people's attitudes towards the vaccine and helping to guide how we better administer the vaccine to the communities of color that have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, and to address issues with hesitancy with the vaccine. The second study, which is the larger, more comprehensive study looking at barriers, will be done in this fall. So as soon as we get those findings, we will release the findings to the public.
okay, there's going to be more on that because I'm, in the interest of time, I'm going to move on. But I think even without a study, there should be some way to infuse, you know, some of the initiatives that would impact those communities. And, you know, I think we need the plan, we need the study, but I also know that we need to plan how to use this money in the immediate. And so, you know, I'm definitely interested in, you know, investing in the proper way, but we have an urgency, we have a need right now. So I'd like to further that discussion in some way.
Well, I agree with you completely. There are some things that we can do in the immediate. There are nonprofits out there now that are working on these issues, and we need to invite them in for to apply for these funds, identify who they are and what they're doing, and because many of these nonprofits speak to some of these issues, and there's no reason why, while we are doing the study, and that's important for us to get that information, to get the data, that we can't immediately start working on this. So that is part of my push, is to identify those agencies that are out there, the entities that are working on access to health care, maternal mortality, the mental health issues, the trauma to the underserved, that those issues be addressed, and that they be granted funds to expand and provide for the communities in their respective areas. So I agree with you. We don't have to necessarily wait on that data. While we're getting that, there's some things that we can do and we have to do.
Okay, you hit on quite a few of the issues that I want to make sure we focus on, so that's helpful.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
And may I add to that, too, that we are already engaging with those agencies already, too.
And they're going to be able to apply through the portal?
Exactly.
And we'll make sure that we have a broad range of services and not, you know, 3 entities doing the same exact work for the same exact population.
And just to add to, we already have data already showing where those health equity issues are throughout the county. So it's not as if we don't have data that we can work with already. And as Deputy County Executive Carlos Latter mentioned, we have already identified several agencies that we could work with as well. We've already been engaging with them to address those issues.
All right. Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. I look forward to continuing the conversation. DCE Simmons, could you tell me a little bit about the background of those consultants that were hired, Haggerty and the other?
So I'm actually not as directly involved in the procurement. Those were done through OEM and a selection committee that the county utilized. So I'm not sure if anyone on the panel can speak to that.
Yeah, I'm just interested in what their service, you know, experience has been. Yeah.
We have experience with both firms as a result of Sandy, so they have expertise in federal funding and all these guidelines. So, you know, they have an extensive background into how monies are flow through these different agencies within the federal government.
So they're more for like compliance.
Compliance, eligibility, things that we have questions on. I mean, they were very helpful. I mean, during Sandy, with all the FEMA money that came through the door, so.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So my next question is about workforce development. Well, actually, I'm going to just make a statement. This is going to be easier. I'd like to see if we can utilize a programming model that would be like earn to learn, so that, you know, I suspect maybe with the unions, when we talked about apprentice programs, those individuals would be, you know, earning while they learn, but when the other folks go into BOCES or maybe at the community college or what have you, I think to incentivize the participation and also understanding that folks, you know, need to earn some money, that we can have some level of a hybrid program. I read about a program out somewhere in the Midwest where folks were, through the first round of fundings, they engaged folks as community health workers, and they were working with clinics and dispersed into the community, and they would go out and knock doors around regarding testing and vaccinations, you know, later on down the road. And those folks did 20 hours in the field, and then they were in a classroom setting learning various vocations within healthcare. So something like that, I think, you know, if we could find some kind of model, I think it helps folks be able to learn in a way that is practical. If they're working in a field that they might be able also to study in, but more importantly, it allow them to focus because their concerns about money might not be so prevalent. So I'd like to see if we could utilize some kind of program like that.
Thank you.
And okay, so this is what happens when you go last. Most of my questions have either been touched on, or I feel like I can just reach out to you
Absolutely.
directly. But all right, one more question. Special districts. We talked about school districts quite a bit in terms of their access to funding, and that, you know, we'd like to use technical assistance to make sure that they're not overlooking other pools of money that they could tap into, and as a last resort, maybe the county would fund some of the technology needs of those school districts. But what about the other special districts, like fire? Like how would we utilize funding for those other types of special districts? And I'll use fire as an example.
Actually, I think that might be part of it, because we were talking about school districts and special districts, which, you know, school districts I think are pretty well defined. I know a question came up earlier about other kinds of parochial schools, which, you know, thinking about it, that might not be in the mix, but that's something we will get back to you on. As for the other special districts, I think, once again, it's determining what the needs are in the community and coming back and developing programs to ensure whether, A, there's a need in the community, and then B, whether or not it's eligible, that it adheres to the eligibility requirements on how we expend the funds.
So we haven't done any outreach to those other special districts?
Not as yet, no. We're focusing right now on the school districts.
Okay, but other districts are, so.
I'd say it's possible.
Brian, I tried to give you a break, but, you know, when we talk about special districts, you also talk about water districts.
Absolutely.
And I know you talked about LICAP earlier, you know, working with those water districts.
Yeah, water districts would absolutely be eligible under the criteria, the water and infrastructure, pot. Certainly, all water districts are struggling right now with dealing with 1,4-dioxane and any emerging contaminant that is going to be coming down the pike. So, yes, they would certainly be eligible. We have not yet begun to do any. Well, I take that back. I have reached out to the commissioner of the Nassau-Suffolk Water Commissioners Association to let her know that the administration has been thinking about this, and we will be reaching out to each individual water district and discuss future requests as part of a phase two. So yes, that is something that will be on the horizon, and we've been providing relief to those water districts who are, again, struggling with being able to provide potable drinking water to their constituents.
Okay. And so that $1.5 million that was set aside, that I saw in this plan, was that specifically only to school districts? Was it earmarked only for school districts? Mr. Broderick?
Pardon, I'm sorry.
The $1.5 million.
It was 2.5.
Is it 2.5?
2.
Okay, so
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
probably why your ears didn't perk. The 2.5, is that just for school districts?
No, I would say that was the allocation as of right now.
For all special districts?
I would say yes.
Okay, but you could also use some of that infrastructure money that's earmarked for your department, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. And so, I said one last question, so I'm sorry, DCE Rose Louder, I have one question for you. The youth money, and so I know we're gonna give folks, 20%, what's it, 20%?
20%, yes.
Okay. So, are they going to be expanding their reach, or is it just to kind of offset some of the shortages that they experience, or are they going to be creating programs that assist in some of the initiatives that were identified by the federal government?
Some of the agencies will just be offsetting some of their losses. It really depends on what agency and what they do. There are agencies that provide after-school academic programs and things of that nature, remedial programs, and so we are going to be asking them to expand those programs and continue them throughout the fall, for instance. And there's some other agencies that don't do that kind of work. So it's sort of, the answer is yes, and in all forms. In other words, some of them will be expanding the programs that they are already doing or that they started to do because there was a need to do them, and some will just be recouping their losses, getting their staff back, and spending money on some things that they had to spend on that they normally wouldn't spend. So it really is sort of a it really depends on each agency and what their needs are, what their losses were, and what is their mission to do. We do obviously, I think I've said this a couple times, that there are agencies that we don't contract with that we know would answer some of these issues that we know our students face because of remote learning, and we may not have contracts with them, and that's why we're inviting them in the, we have $10 million set aside for those nonprofits to answer the call there, and so we want to make sure that those agencies that are doing this specific work, this remedial, getting kids back on track, that do more academic type of work, will have an opportunity to get some funding because we know that's the need. Those agencies that are more recreational or have some sort of hybrid programs, they are contract agencies, and we're going to take care of their losses through this funding and support them in that way. But those other agencies that are out there that we don't fund, they're going to need funding as well, and we want them to be there and be able to provide the services for the students that need this remedial type of work.
Okay, and did I hear you right? There's $10 million set aside just for those new vendors, or?
It's in the nonprofit. It's in the listing of health social services nonprofits. So it encompasses all of that. So that's some of the health equity things that we just talked about, as well as some of the youth programs that we don't fund already. They may fall into that category, and other social services that we may not be discussing that may still be eligible, and we want to give them an opportunity. So we set aside $10 million for now to sort of start to address those agencies.
Those social service needs?
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to have to pay special attention to the homeless population because that's grown significantly during this time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Legislator Berman.
I want to thank all of you for your thorough answers to so many questions, and there's just a lot to learn and that we don't know yet about all these different allocations that are possible. One area that I've heard of and heard complaints from are commercial property owners in Nassau County who struggle to pay their taxes to Nassau County because their tenants haven't been able to obviously pay them or may have gone out of business. So is there any money set aside that we can offer any relief to these, our residents who are the commercial property owners?
I am now. I know it's been mentioned. I know it's something we have to look more closely at. We focused on, the property owners whose tenants, can get rental assistance are just on the residential side. On the commercial side, it's something we need to look at again. Anew.
Right, because many of
We all
our
know.
residents own
Right.
these properties
Right.
that are commercial properties, so they have to pay taxes on their own homes, and then their business is commercial, and these properties struggled all during COVID and may not even be there anymore and yet these commercial property owners have to pay their taxes and have found it very
It's very,
difficult.
very challenging. I know that the Boost Nassau loan program that was, funded through the New York Forward loan program, there were commercial real estate, commercial owners that took advantage of that program. So again, I know it's not the same as having tax relief, but I understand there were loans that were granted to them. That was a special category within the state's program. So there has been some assistance, but it might not be as direct as, we would all hope.
Is there some kind of program that we could possibly?
But we can definitely look into that, legislator. Yep. I hear you.
All right, Mr. Drucker.
Thank you very much. Going really last, I've had about 4 of my questions already asked and answered, but be that as it may. I also want to thank every one of you here today for your excellent presentations, your thoroughness, your preparedness, really very much appreciated. It is a lot for all of us to comprehend and digest, and I appreciate it. Legislator Bino asked 2 of the really important issues that I was going to ask, and thank you for that, but I do wish to hear much more about the health disparities that Deputy County Executive Rose Lauder talked about, because that's really something that's very, very important as we go forward and come out of this pandemic, and not just dealing with the pandemic, but dealing with health care in general. So I would like to hear more about what your plans are in that regard. And Legislator Bino also, in her last few words, touched on my last question, which was about homeless shelters. And if you have identified a real immediate need, because I know there is one, to amplifying, increasing, and funding more homeless shelters here in Nassau County, and I'm wondering if you have identified that as an immediate problem that you plan on addressing.
It is an ongoing problem that we have, and I do have with me today Commissioner of Social Services Nancy Nunziata, who may be able to speak to this a little bit more specifically. But, we do not own or operate any homeless shelters here in Nassau County. They are nonprofit and profit providers, and we have a unique relationship with them. We have MOUs with them, and we pay them per day and per person that's in the shelters. So that's how our pay schedule goes. In terms of what is the need, there is a need, and there are some operators out there, some landlords that are contemplating opening some shelters, and there's some new state guidelines that are regulations that are coming down that are going to be certifying these homes, the shelters, and making it more stringent and more difficult for the landlords, of course, on behalf of the residents that are going to be living there. So it's a necessary certification. So if Nancy's, is she still here? She may be able to give you some more information about what the immediate plans are with respect to homeless shelters and what's happening here in Nassau County and in the state in terms of getting them up and running and up to speed.
I appreciate that because, yes, I know you don't own the shelters, but funding them and providing daily sustenance to these people in shelters now that are deplorable and, really subhuman conditions, that needs to change. And I'm hopeful that we can all get on the same page with that.
Nancy, do you?
Yeah, I'll respond. Hi, everybody. So the deplorable conditions that you reference are generally the hotels. We have a series of hotels that we are trying not to use, but unfortunately, until we could bring on more shelters, and we all know that there are many, many communities in Nassau County that have no interest in shelters. We know that the majority of our shelters are in majority communities, which we are also trying to move away from. They've taken on most of the burden of helping the homeless. All of that we are looking at changing. Of course, what that requires is that there would be other communities in Nassau County that would be open to having homeless folks live in their communities. And what we all learned, we learned lots of lessons with Jericho, but one of the things that we certainly learned is that in communities of wealth that have a lot of money and backing, there's a lot of power and there's tremendous pushback. So the answer, the homeless population isn't going away. One of the things that we learned through COVID is that we have a real need for a shelter that focuses on people with severe medical issues. We have plenty of homeless folks out there that have exacerbated medical conditions because they're not getting the proper care. It's really hard to get care when you're kind of living hand to mouth every day. So as you might all recall, when COVID first started, we immediately set up one of the first facilities for isolation for homeless individuals and families. And that has been extremely successful, and actually we still have that particular location in operation, and we're working with the federally qualified health centers. We have medical staff on board, we have casework staff on board, and it's really become quite a model that we continue to look at, a facility for people with special medical conditions with wraparound services. So that's something that we're going to look to continue to expand. The other type of facility that clearly is emerging more and more that we need is a small facility or small facilities for folks that have mental health and substance abuse issues. Lots of our street homeless, particularly our singles, those are the presenting problems. So we're looking at a couple of models. The question always becomes, of course, where do you place these facilities? We have lots of people that would be interested who have homes. We get all kinds of requests from people who are willing, who may have property or have homes that we can turn into a shelter. But then the question is, depending on the communities, not many communities are open to it. That doesn't mean we stop our work. I mean, I think we have to continue to work to identify specific locations. Now, the hotels are the biggest problem because they're not regulated by the state. All of our current shelters, and we have about 30-something or 40-something shelters, those are all going to be, they're going to be licensed by the state. They must be licensed by January 1st of 2023. Every shelter in Nassau County, actually every shelter in New York State, has to be licensed by New York State Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance. So we're going through the process now. I think we've already certified 4 of them. It is a very lengthy process for a shelter to become certified. There are tremendous regulations. They will all come under what's called the New York State Part 900 regulations. And if you ever have time to look them up, it really kind of lays out everything that you have to have in place to run a shelter. And so we're talking about not just beds anymore. talking about a shelter that has case management, that has all kinds of wraparound services, that has security, et cetera, et cetera. And there is a tremendous emphasis on physical plant and maintaining the physical plant. And all of those shelters, once they're certified, will come under state scrutiny a minimum of twice a year. So the state comes down, they do a physical plant inspection, and then they also come down. These are unannounced inspections, and then they will be doing a program inspection, taking a look at our case records and making sure we're doing proper planning, et cetera. So for the shelters that are in our current system, some of them will be able to pass the certification process, some of them will not. If they can't get through the certification process, they will not be able to operate in our county as a shelter. Now, the motels are a separate entity. My understanding is that Nassau County's been very reliant on motels because we've never had enough shelters. So people need a place to sleep, and we put them in motels. Not the best situation at all. And from day one, at least when I got here, my concern was we have too many people in motels. We have too many families. We have too many children living in these motels where basically they're not monitored. They're not, the owners of the motels, these are for-profit, right? These are not people. These people looking to make money. And they do the minimum amount of care of those facilities. Now, we recently we're looking at working with a couple of groups where we're trying to get case management at least at those motels. We can't get out of the motel business yet because we don't have enough places to put people. But what we're trying to do is figure out a way to partner with some nonprofits so that we can at least bring case management to the facility. And at least we know then people are getting the services they need. Because outside of doing that, what we're doing is paying for someone to have a bed at night. And that doesn't get to the root of why somebody's homeless. And what we really have to figure out is, why is someone homeless? And then really develop a plan that sustains them. Even on the back end, when people exit the shelter system, what we want to make sure is they're going into a situation where they can sustain themselves. We don't want it to be a revolving door, and that's why the planning and the services available to individuals and families becomes very, very paramount. So I see the motels as a quick fix. It does get someone off the street, and it gets someone shelter for the night. But the long term is really the shelter, the wraparound services, and then the move to permanent housing. I mean, that system is something we're developing. We turning around the homeless system in the county is a big job. And again, we're always up against communities that do not want to hear about it. Everybody will empathize and will acknowledge that there are homeless folks, but they're not necessarily ready to open up their doors to have a program near them. Although it's really interesting because we get then the flip side, which is we get the calls saying, hey, there's too many homeless people in this, in this shopping area, or we see too many people on the street. Well, you're going to have some of that. So that's a very long answer. Legislator Drucker, you've been supportive of us getting together and doing something about the homeless. We absolutely need to keep working at it. We absolutely need to find different remedies and different communities that will assist us. So we're working at it. Still a work in progress.
Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Ferretti?
Thank you. Just some follow-up questions I neglected to ask earlier. With regard to the $1 million that's allocated to the veterans support programs?
Yes.
How is the $1 million number arrived at?
As I stated earlier, these are the agencies that serve the veterans are not agencies that we fund. So we needed to start someplace, and we recognize some of the services that they have provided in terms of our stand-downs and some of our just daily referrals that we make. And so it's a number that we think that we can safely manage initially, and as the applications come in and are evaluated, if we find that there is additional need for more funding, we are prepared to come back to you and say that we'd like to allocate more money in that area if it's needed. If what we've decided right now turns out not to be enough. So it's just a starting point for us. We'll see how it goes and what the needs are of the agencies. The agencies, it's not as if they don't have other funding streams. They did get some donations and fundraising, but certainly not to the extent that they normally do every year. We know just across the board, all the nonprofits sort of suffered in that area. So it's a start.
Now, are VFWs and American Legion posts, are they included in this?
As I think Connell did speak to that earlier, they are not, they do not fall into this nonprofit area. They are entities, I believe, that are apart from that.
Correct. Not being 501c3s themselves, as we understand it, the VFWs themselves, the regulation says not-for-profits have to be 501c3. And the county executive, as I mentioned, did write a letter saying we're looking to ask the Treasury Department to expand that nonprofit definition that would capture the halls themselves or fraternal organizations.
Okay, so the VFWs and the American Legion are not eligible for this ARP. At least that's as the thoughts as of now.
As I understand it, again, I don't represent them, but my understanding is just doing a website search that VFWs are themselves are under a separate supervision of the Internal Revenue Code that it applies to veterans organizations. It's different from 501c3. It's a 501c19, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So can you tell me how many agencies in Nassau County would fit under this program, would be eligible?
I don't have a number for you. I know that there are about a dozen or so that the VSA relies on heavily, that serve the food pantry and come up with financial planning and help, educational services, workforce development for the veterans. So they do this kind of work all the time with them. But so I don't have an exact number, but the VSA is aware of those agencies that are out there that they rely on and some that they may not. And so we're going to do some significant outreach to make sure that they're aware that this funding is there and invite them all to apply and actually reach out to them. We'll have both the director and our deputy director reach out to them directly and speak to them about what we're doing, how to go about it, what's eligible, what's not, and make sure that they're aware of this application process and the portal.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Solage, I see you have your hand up. Are you still there? I guess not. Okay, Mr. Rhodes.
I love the way you say that, too.
I thought I almost had it. We almost had it.
Just one last clarification. I did have a subsequent conversation with Mr. Denyon with regard to a question that I had asked earlier. With respect to the regulations, his understanding initially was that for businesses, it would have had to have been an expense incurred on or after March 3rd of 2021 that would be eligible for reimbursement. Apparently, that's the restriction with respect to the county.
Correct.
Right? And based on our conversation, businesses do not have that March 3rd restriction. So
Right.
they can go back and get reimbursed for expenses that they incurred during the actual.
Correct. Correct. Treasury has clarified that. It says that that businesses, individuals, and households, you can go back before March 3rd to address economic harms experienced prior to then.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, then I guess we're done. Thank you, everyone.
Mm-hmm.